we'd like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go.
Uh-oh.
Hi guys, and welcome to VCT Game Changer Southeast Asian Series FSL Circuit, the league that's all about growing the competitive women's gaming scene and seeing how women in esports change the game. I'm your host, Jenny Originally, and here with me on the desk is Kent Trill. Hey, I'm Quack. How are you feeling about today's day number 3?
I'm feeling good, mostly because my mic was not muted when we started the stream. this always happens whenever we start, in the morning.
One of us. I had one job. Literally, I had one job.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. It's just technical things. Sometimes one of these days is definitely going to affect me as well. But yeah, it feels good. Yesterday's games were pretty close. Really insane. I mean, Kachao was just doing things with the blast spec as a raise that you just don't quite expect. I have no idea how she was landing those shots, but today I think it's going to be a little bit more interesting, a little bit different.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely today, there's a lot to play for. We are in the upper bracket semifinals. We started off this weekend with 16 teams. 4 have already been eliminated. I think we're going to take a look at the format over on your screens very shortly. There you have it. We are currently into FSL overtime. We have already had 3 teams qualify through the FSL Open circuit that we've been playing for the last 6 months. Meanwhile, another 3 teams will qualify by the end of this Sunday. 2 will qualify after today's upper bracket semifinals, and 1 more through the lower bracket for tomorrow. So definitely a lot on the line here to get to October's FSL Elite.
So much on the line, because if they miss out, if they don't get to qualify, then they kind of miss out on this huge prize pool that's going to be up for grabs during the FSL Elite. But then again, it comes down to whether or not they can actually qualify, and that's why they're all playing in this FSL Open overtime right now. Only the top 3 teams will be able to qualify through overtime, and then 2 more slots coming in from wildcard, which will be happening sometime towards early October, end of the month, somewhere around that time period. But yeah, you're taking a look at the prize pool right now, and FSL Elite, that's 25,000 USD, insane prize pool, a lot for the teams to be able to earn, possibly, but then again, they need to qualify for first things first. So through FSL Opens, the current standings, already qualified teams are Alter Ego Celeste, of course, Galaxy Racer, and then Renata's White.
Yep, paying some respect to our queens right here, Alter Ego Celeste, just absolutely smashing every single FSL Open that they participated in, going 6 for 6, absolutely crazy win streak right there. And of course, Galaxy Racer is showing up in the last couple FSL Opens as well, and joining them, Renata's White, of course, our local Singaporean homegrown team represent. And yeah, yep, as you're saying, wild card happening 25th, 26th September, and I believe for 2nd and 3rd October as well. So starting end of this month, it's going to run for a total of 2 weeks. Maximum of 48 teams can participate in wild card, and only 2 teams will make it through. The last 2 teams to make it into FSL Elite. So absolutely crazy, just the amount of support, the amount of teams, and just the sheer amount of just women gamers that we have in this region. Of course, do want to give a quick shout out to our sponsor Intel, as well as our official media partner Yahoo, for making all of this possible. Also, huge thank you to Riot as well for picking up the FSL Open circuit, kind of in the middle of our circuit, kind of having this little partnership. We're now also the VCT Game Changers Southeast Asia Series FSL Circuit edition. So very cool as well, of course.
And of course, I mean, just talking about wildcard a little bit, that's why if you're a female gamer right now, if you're looking to participate and compete, you want to head over to the FSL Facebook, Twitter page. Keep your eyes peeled for those sign-up sheets because wildcard registration should be opening pretty soon. But other than that, I mean, these are the current teams, I guess, participating or playing for FSL Open Overtime. And yeah, quite the number of teams, Jenny. I mean, that's like 16 in total, a lot of games, but that's why not every single one will be streamed. But at the same time, that's just a lot more games to be played, and all these teams are really, really fighting for that top 3 slot. But right now, we're starting things off in the upper bracket finals. There's a reason why today's first match will be a best of 5, and that's because we're only looking for the top 3 teams. Once they qualify, that's it. And the fact that they've kind of made their way through the upper brackets pretty much almost flawlessly, this gives them that spot that they deserve right now. Whoever wins this one, this best of 5 game, will be able to qualify for FSL Elite. So why don't you talk to us about these 2 teams and maybe the maps that they've picked?
Yep, so absolutely insane. As Quack mentioned, guys, we do have a lot of games being played. There is, I think, the English stream, facebook.com/FPS. There's also twitch.tv/FSL. We also have the Bahasa, the Thai streams over on YouTube, as well as Twitch to check out. But today's first series is going to be Aricat Aresta versus Big Scythe. I believe this is also the first time that we are able to have Big Scythe's games being played on the English stream. So it's definitely a treat for us. One of the highlights of Overtime, we get to highlight a couple of other teams that we don't usually get to see during the open circuit. So talking a bit about Big Scythe, they're an Indonesian team. It's the first time they made it to playoffs actually was just last week during FSL Open 6. So we're not all that sure what we can expect from them, except that they've just been getting better each FSL Open that they've taken part in. So maybe they're peaking here. Who knows? This would be the best time for them, absolutely, for that to happen. Also, we kind of had word through the grapevine that they're friends of Alter Ego Celeste, and that this team, they used to be teammates from different teams in CSGO with the Alter Ego Celeste girls. So definitely going to be interesting, going to be something to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that I guess, through relation, they must have had some kind of shared experience together, maybe some things that they can pick up from each other. But at the same time, aside from the players being friends, I think it certainly is a statement, because when we asked Tarathiel for, are there any rivals or other players that she looks out for, and Gwen from Big Scythe is actually one of those players that she mentioned, because apparently her bulldog plays are really sharp. So, that's kind of scary, because even if you are crumpling your opponent's economy, if they can buy up a bulldog, if Gwen just decides to go for a play like that, you're not quite sure where or when she's going to hit you. And that's something that I'm honestly going to be looking out for. Aside from that, though, I mean, some other players, but I think it's also worth mentioning that Aricat Aresta, there is a reason why they're here. There is a reason why they've been making their way through the upper brackets pretty much flawlessly. It's 2-0s all across the board for now. And they have consistently made their way into playoffs. Some of them, I mean, they've been playing since Valorant came out, since they participated in the FSL Valorant Opens last year. Yoki is one of the standout players, I think, in the team. And, just being that consistent certainly is a statement as well. And it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams clash against each other.
Yeah, for sure. Talking about Yoki as well, she's the star player formerly from Mad Army. If you guys have been following the FSL Open Circuit in the past, also since I follow her on Twitch, so I noticed last night, Homegirl has actually I mean, of course, I follow her on Instagram too, but just quick shout out. We're not gonna
Okay.
mention that for now. Just we're gonna move past that. But on Twitch, she does actually stream herself while she's playing in FSL Open during FSL Overtime. So that's definitely like a stream that you guys want to go check out if you want to just take a just more in-depth look at how these girls are playing in the competitive scene. It's definitely interesting to watch out for. But with that, guys, looks like the teams are ready to jump straight into Agent Select. All the action for the Nyx maps are going to be Hey I'm Quack as well as Marquee. Gentlemen, all ears on you.
Hey
Hello,
man,
hello.
good morning. How are you?
It's a breezy morning today, but I'm
It's
really excited to
almost
see the new
always a
teams.
breezy morning
Almost always.
with your
Almost always.
background.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude,
Well,
new
it's not.
teams.
It's not a fracture. I didn't wake up with a fracture though, so that's a relief.
Maybe
But
next month, huh?
maybe next month. Maybe next month. But you know what? It's exciting to see new teams actually take the stage because it's not that I'm sick of the same teams dominating because they've been amazing. But I'd also like to see the other teams that are participating in the tournament and being able to watch Aricat Aresta, who has been a playoff staple, by the way, for
Hmm.
the most part. Be on an English stream. I think that was rare because I think the last time we watched him was probably in Open 1 or Open 3, and then they have been in Open 2 rather. They have been in Opens 4, 5, and 6 as well. So they've been making the playoffs, but of course, since they're off the English stream, they go to the lower bracket and we don't get to see them play because the teams that we see play are the regulars, right? Like your Galaxy Racers, Oasis Gaming, Aquas, Arky. The Natchez Whites, there's also of course the champions Alter Ego Celeste. Those are the teams that we see all the time, and these teams are also pretty good. They can hold their own versus the, I would say, the third to the eighth team, because there's like a power vacuum there. Like we don't really know who's going to make it to past the overtime because these teams are very close to each other in terms of skill level. And I'm really
Yeah,
excited to see basically the different playstyles, different agent selections. I hope for something new, basically.
I think we will get that something new. I mean, certainly is a lot different from what we are used to seeing. I mean, what we're used to seeing, I guess, kind of, especially when in the early stages of the playoffs, it's Alter Ego Celeste, and they just basically, dominate everyone. But this time around, it still is, upper bracket semifinals, best of 5 game. It's Big Scythe versus Aricat Aresta. And both these teams, I think they got very different playstyles from what we're used to seeing. I mean, Alter Ego Celeste, we know they try some insane things. Sometimes they get bored and then they
Yes,
just
for sure.
go for triple sentinel. They switch things up, and that's always interesting. But Aricat Aresta, I think, slightly, you mentioned the word staple, and I think that's kind of what they go for. Very consistent style. You often see Yoki, who streams on, I think, twitch.tv/Yoki official. She's got that verified check mark. That's why, she's got that a little bit of credibility to her. But yeah, tend to be, yeah, there she goes. Always the Sova main. Her team as well backing her up. Different play styles here and there. I think some of the information that we got from the stat sheet that we have is that sometimes they have run and gun play styles. Sometimes they like to lurk in smokes. Big Scythe, though, I'm not too sure what to expect because aside from Tarathiel saying that Gwen has a really sharp bulldog
Choose
play,
your agent.
I'm not quite sure how the rest of the team will perform. Haven't seen them all that much.
You talked about staple and standard and something more consistent. What's very consistent here are the agent picks for both sides. It's your very staple FSL Ascent lineup: Jet plus Raze duelist, Omen on the controller, a Sova of course an Ascent, and a Killjoy to lock the sides down. And it's a mirror matchup for the two teams. And one thing that I'd like to point out: Big Scythe, they have two Nen users. They have Crollo and Hisoka there. I mean, Hunter x Hunter fans, where you at? It's a big thing for Valorant, because of the all the Tens fans have the Killua
Killua,
profile
yeah.
profile photo. That's like, oh, But we have the villains here, and will Big Scythe be the villains of this series?
Who knows? I mean, so far, their run in the, I guess, upper brackets, it's, again, the format is double elimination. Best of threes pretty much all throughout, except for the finals. The games that actually allow you to qualify for FSL Elite are best of fives. Their run has been 2-1 against a team called Scythe, and 2-0 against a team called Tiamat, which I believe is from Vietnam. So, not as flawless as how Aricat Aresta has been performing thus far, but then again, it just could be that one of the other teams are a little bit stronger. Still, though, coming into this one, they will be starting out on the defense, and they have to be careful about their approach, starting things off really sharp. It's going to be Krolo with the headshot on towards Rosie, up over by Catwalk.
That was a swag swing out. Like, before the smoke popped, that's when she knew that she tried to punish someone. Doki trying to get some kills here, but big presence. Immediately 2 kills for the defending side here.
Still, though, I mean, this is a very nice start. In fact, Gwen pushing out is just even better. Aricat, I think they're kind of shaking a little. Positions have been given away, though, and Rudy is trying to nail this down, but will not be able to do so. Oh my god. We start things off with a flawless victory on pistol round.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for. I mean, this is what happens typically, right? The villains are overpowered at the beginning, and then the protagonists, or in this case, we're saying Aricat Aresta are the protagonists, need to build up their power levels first. Yeah. But Big Scythe off to a great hot start there with some really sharp pistols. And Krolo, I think with the punish there from the smoke popping up, you know, the Omen smoke doesn't completely form right away. She just swings out into the smoke to try and go for the headshot, and immediately opens the game up.
Maybe both sides are just kind of warming up, but for now, Big Scythe certainly riding this wave with the Spectres right now. They know they can go for the aggressive plays, and that's why they're pushing outside of B main. Rudy's knows this, but there isn't much that she can do when there are 3 players, 3 Spectres, and of course the 4 kills coming in from Gwen. It's a really tough, really overwhelming start, but now that they have their full buys, perhaps it could be different.
Yeah, it can be different. Plus, one thing I'd like to point out though for Big Scythe is typically on round 2 you tend to lose a few members. It's rare to see a double flawless for round 1 and 2. I think Big Scythe, because of that, are building a bit of a bank.
Let's flush them out.
Certainly starting to do that. I mean, take a look. It's 2,000 to 3,000 credits for each and every single member. Still, though, the thing is, this is the bonus round, right, Key? If they can actually win this, that would be a big problem for ARC. But still, though, they are holding. They've got some setups. I mean, take a look. This is pretty much a crossfire. If Hisoka can actually bait them in, Presence will be able to walk away with another kill right now. What is happening? ARC, though, still making the advances over from A main. They will be able to find an opening pick. Elisa now trying to catch someone over by Heaven. Does get spotted out, but still it's a bit of information right now. But the fact that they lost their smoker, their controller, it's a little bit tough.
Oh, the timing. Krolo senses the right timing, and Alyssa just looks away at the time Krolo peeks in, and it's looking difficult for the attackers right now. Big Scythe are making this work, and with the Spectres at close range, 2 headshots, and 4 members survive. That's 4 free upgrades for Big Scythe right now, and this is absolutely insane. You know, only 1 player has died in 3 rounds,
and that's the only killjoy from Big Scythe.
Yeah, and look, there's free upgrades for them, and I talked about how they were building up a big bank, and the money situation for Big Scythe is amazing right now. Like, they could possibly lose the next 2 to 3 rounds and still have enough to full buy every single time. For Aricat Aresta, they need to find some stops here. They need to make sure that they don't get punished by the pushes. In fact, they should be the ones punishing the pushes from Big Scythe.
Yeah, perhaps if they could just play a little bit more passive, a bit of a default, but the fact that they're on Sheriffs right now is kind of tough to work
My ult's
with.
not ready.
Big Scythe have the option to just push in with the rifles that they've gotten and maybe decimate every single member, but right now, at the very least, this is huge information for Big Scythe. They know that it's a play coming in from B main, and hence the paint shells just connecting onto 2 players. Both are down to red health, and it's getting a lot shakier. The smoke's coming in from the Big Scythe Omen as well. Crescents. It's just stopping every bit of aggression that Aricat tries to throw at them. Right now, Showstopper deployed. They want to close this out, but not quite expecting someone to be lurking around the back. Rudy's will be able to shut that down for the time being. Still, though, 2v4. I don't see them walking out of this one alive.
I don't think the showstopper was necessary there. They had the big guns. They basically had control of the map, and using the showstopper was just a show of dominance there. Unfortunately,
30 seconds left.
her show was stopped there. Raze did not get the ultimate out, and they're all both really low. There's really no reason to do that except to, you know,
Last player
show
standing.
what?
Spike down. B.
Show off a bit, but that was an interesting wallbang.
Be over by the edge of the wall, but
No, but
she went. She
that's-
got the shot through.
Yeah, but that's what all the players have been saying, right? You have so many bullets in your mag. Sometimes it's just good to spray through smokes, spray through boxes. If you have a bit of an inkling where they could be, spraying through, sometimes you get a bullet or two, and that could mean the difference in a duel, especially like if they're 150 health and you tag them twice through the wall, they're down to 120, and that takes one less bullet to actually kill them if you're not hitting the headshots. So I think that spray is one of your how do I say this? Due diligence sprays. You
Due
just
diligence,
you know,
yes.
You know that they're there. You know that they're in the area more or less. So she just does due
Wow.
diligence and just shoots through.
Just in case, right? But I mean, right now, Big Scythe, they're showing how, sometimes it seems a bit aggressive, but it's really quite careful. Even Krollo just going in for these quick peeks, immediately backing off. A couple of strafe shots, and she actually bangs one player down to red HP. Still, though, Hisoka getting a little bit distracted by the boombot, has to take it down regardless. She makes it a bit of a trade, which is still good enough, and that is a little bit of due diligence as well. Krollo was able to take that player down to really low. Back into the 4v4 though, and because Aricat Aresta has control over the B site, it's going to be a full-on retake.
Spike
You're
planted.
starting to see signs of life here. Yoki goes for a 2-for-1 trade, and the attackers finally have an advantage. This is the first time I don't see them on the back foot, and Aricat Aresta definitely have control over this site.
Still though, they're trying to make their way out of market 2v3. Have to check every corner, and that just gives information away. We're not quite sure where the ARC players are hiding. One from B main, but unfortunately, Crescents will not be able to make her way safely in towards the lane. It's going to be Aricat Aresta walking away with the first win for now, 1-4.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty good round too. One thing to note was that this was the first time that they actually tried doing a multiple execute on mid. That boom bot into 3 players just clearing out market. It really worked out for them and disrupted Big Scythe's defense. The first 4 rounds they tried to go for either site, and it didn't really work out with one lurk mid. But taking mid control, something that we rarely see teams like really focus on in FSL, really paid out for them, and Krollo gets tagged. Was that headshot there? 26 HP left on that jet.
A little bit of a dig for sure. And now with the information, Alyssa just peeks this angle, knows that she's there. It's a second headshot. Definitely entry onto his site.
Spike down
The main
mid.
thing is, though, there is a Raze lurking over by Wine, and I think Yoki's going to be the one to walk in towards that spot. But Alyssa's just going in non-stop. Yoki does get a kill of her own as well. The remaining player, Crescent's coming in from mid, will get ultimately denied. Quadra for Alyssa in this round, and 2-4. Aricat Aresta certainly waking up.
They made it look so casual there. At least Alyssa did. With the 3 headshots that she landed, the first shot when she actually took down the Opper, it was because the Opper was already dinked down to 26 HP, so she got a body shot, killed the Opper. But the rest of the kills, she just seemed to one-tap all of them. It was just clean and clinical from Alyssa, and it looks like she's reached a power level where she can start taking down Big Scythe.
Power levels are increasing. mean, Hunter x Hunter, maybe a bit of Dragon Ball, maybe a bit of a KO Ken. Still, though, this is the mid control game that is starting to be contested for right now. Crescents is just ultimately denying it, and Krolo watching B main as well will be able to do a bit of damage. The rest of the team trying to push out of A main will get shut down as well. I mean, they were kind of trying to go for that default 2-on-2-ish setup, but they tried to aggress, and when they came down to the aim duels, Big Scythe was just prepared.
Yeah, it looks like something that goes too fast is not very good for Aricat Aresta. At least it's not working out against Big Scythe right now. What has been working is again a mid injection or a lurk from one of the duelists, and the 2-1-2 push is just a bit too fast for them. And Big Scythe are really sharp, so they can punish you still.
Still, sudden aggressive plays outside of B main. Alyssa's gonna miss her knives, which is a little bit painful. The rest of our team, though, with the Spectres, maybe a Phantom, I think, they're trying to continue on with this aggression. I mean, they do have the lockdown after all. They will be able to take Gwen down. And now that Rudy's is on Spike, Spike should get planted pretty soon, but oh, they wanted to fall back just for a bit. Crescents coming outside of mid. They weren't expecting it. It's all up to Rosie in this 1v3, and she only has 7 HP. 2 players pushing her at the same time. She will not be able to get this. It's a 6-2 already, and Big Scythe are just switching things up. I mean, they keep on changing how their players. Krolo earlier on was watching B main. This time she's back to mid. You know, even with the aggressive plays, unfortunately, if they miss their shots, if they're not quite sure what to expect from Big Scythe, it's just that much more difficult for them.
I love the rotating defense. I think that's one of the trademarks of a great team. Being able to rotate your defenses and keep the enemies guessing, because if you never know where the opera is, you'll be afraid to take side all the time. And I think that's something the Big Scythe is really doing really well here. Even after losing those 2 rounds, you could tell that they were just sticking to their guns and really making sure that they just stick to their foundations here. And Aricat Aresta this is not very good. Being down 2-6 on the half, that just means there's potential for Big Scythe to go 7 or even 8, and that's, to me, that's actually really difficult for Aricat Aresta.
Yeah, I mean, if you win this round, you secure yourself the 7. I mean, that's already a lead going into the second half. 8 is just even better. So Aricat Aresta, they really need to think about what's going on at this very moment in time. Still, though, there is a bit of a technical pause for, I think, some of the players. Maybe something wrong with their connection or computer. But for now, I mean, Aricat Aresta, it's... I'm not quite sure, like, is it because of the rotating defense from Big Scythe, or, like, what's going on? Why aren't they able to execute onto Scythe?
Well, like you mentioned, it was the aim duels that were actually losing. So there's a lot of, like, small aim duels they're losing, a little bit of, I would say, lack of the use of their utility to clear out specific corners. Remember, Big Scythe had that defense on the A short where there was someone baiting in tree and someone was actually hiding in catwalk in the cubby there. I think usage of utility to clear some corners, maybe just commit 1 nano swarm there, even a shock dart or a recon for some corners, because now that they've played multiple rounds against Big Scythe, they know that they've been pushing out quite a bit. So being able to punish that is actually really important to being able to get into the site, because the defenders they're tricky. They're hiding in the corners, and they kept getting punished by someone just lurking.
Exactly, and that's how Big Scythe has been playing thus far. I mean, even right now, Krolo is preparing for this potential A main push. She's just going to go in to check it. If she gets information, maybe she gets a kill, but she'll definitely back off after a while to stay alive, right? The rest of her team, though, it's different setups, but they're mainly playing it safe, not exposing themselves, not going for unnecessary aim duels. On the other hand, Aricat Aresta, because they are on attack, they need to go for some duels at some point. Otherwise, it's going to be tough for them to break open a site. And with a lack of utility, I mean, they have to spend it one way or another in order to clear corners. But because they don't have that many flashes, it's a little bit more difficult. Their only flash is going to be the Omen, but right now, Noxie's still going with the Showstopper. She makes it a trade. Crescents does take her down, but now her team just follows up on this aggression. They will get control over the A site. All that's left is none other than the Sova player from Big Scythe. Chasu in a 1v4 situation. This is tough. Even though she has the Hunter's Fury.
Lineups?
ahead.
I really from here.
I would.
Oh my
Wait, so it
God.
did land. It was a
On
lineup.
A side. Wow.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think I know. Not a Sova player.
It looks like it was good enough. I think from there to A is about 2 bars. Did she do 2 bars? Depends on the angle as well. I think that's pretty good. I didn't realize there was an opening there in the tenting. Clearly don't play Sova enough. At 6-3, Aricat Aresta clawing their way back. If they need as many rounds as they can going into the second half, because right now Big Scythe are comfortable with getting the 6 right. It's at least even for them.
Certainly. Still though, switching things up. This time Curlo is over by mid. I think she heard a couple of footsteps as well. So, oh my God, it just turned into a collateral. A sudden burst, and she actually catches an unsuspecting Rudy's over by the other side. So back in towards a 5v3 now. Aricat Aresta, really unfortunate positioning. Now the Hunter's Fury coming in for Chasu. It's gonna catch another player. 2v5 at this point, and Noxie wants to even things out. Takes Chasu down. But Spike is dropped over by mid, over by B lobby. I don't know if she can actually come up huge on this one. Still though, sneaking over by market. Takes Gwen with a backstab. Hisoka does make it a bit of a trade as Rosie tries to aggress in towards A. Still though, 1v2, and I think Big Scythe knows where Noxie's coming from.
They know where the spike is, so they're just playing for the trade. Look at the 2 players stacking there. Noxie. Oh, yeah, they know where she's coming from. The smoke's coming out.
30 seconds left.
They're guessing, actually. If Noxie just waits a bit, they probably need to look at a few more corners with Frollo sharp on that trigger. This Jet's been absolutely insane.
My ult's not.
Really sharp, but also tactically sound, right? I mean, they know they have the spike, so they don't peek, they don't go for any info plays or anything, just holding the off angle. Like, this is how they're playing on defense. This is how careful they are. And right now, I mean, this one double kill replay, it's just really lucky, in my opinion.
Rudy's was actually collateral damage there, and it's not even like because they were like lined up and she saw it, but they were lined up and she just happened to hit a straight bullet onto the head of fake Rudy's.
Really, really unfortunate, but still in towards the next round. Aricat Aresta, not sure their economy certainly isn't looking too good. Yoki is on economy still though. They're watching these angles and they're actually hitting their shots. Big Scythe are able to make their trades happen. Hisoka with another one right now. All that's left is Noxie once more. Spike drops, she's going back in to retrieve it, but still has to deal with 2 players.
Big Scythe living up to their name. They feel like Grim Reapers right now with the way they're just executing everyone at mid. And I think that this is what we were really talking about, the aim duels, right? The timings. Aricat Aresta started using utilities when they haven't really cleared or haven't really been in positions. So Sova was just taken down using her owl drone, and the rest of the members pushing out mid, they all just fell. And I think they needed someone playing from top mid there to exert some pressure into mid if they really wanted mid control. But you know, they just couldn't take mid at all.
Satchel out.
It's really, really
30
I mean,
seconds
they've
left.
been trying, I guess, but when you got players like Crescents watching over from Cat, it's just that much more difficult. And now getting the spike planted, they just know where she's hiding. The paranoia did not make things any much easier for Aricat Aresta. So, fortunately for them, but fortunate for Big Scythe, it's going to be an 8-3 right now, and we're moving in towards the last round of the first half.
Last round in the half.
It's Big Scythe really showing how sharp they are. It's really interesting to see how all of the members, and especially Big Crescents, is actually just, she's fragging out. 16 kills already. That Big Omen ultimate into a double kill onto B main earlier on as well. It's actually really crazy. I mean, we see Crollo getting the open frags, but Crescents is really the one like mopping things up. Everyone's just falling to her shots.
Crollo, Crescent, I'm just waiting for the rest of the team to show up as well, but right now, interesting smoke coming out. Estras tend to do this, but usually it's to allow someone to lurk in towards wine. In fact, they're just holding these forward positions in case someone swings, and as soon as Aricat tries to do it, they're going to go in for the kills. Gwen picking up a double right now as well, activates her showstopper. If you're Aricat Aresta, you're shaking. You don't know where you want to approach, and they certainly will try to aggressively aiming. Unfortunately, getting shut down. Yoki, but the Guardian from Garden getting shut down as well. Crescent
Switching sides.
lighting up the kill feed.
It looks like she was moonwalking there. Like the last kill, she was actually strafing like sideways or backwards, and then just stops to get that headshot. She's really, really sharp. Crescent, I think, is actually one of the sharpest players on this server right now, and it's not looking good for Aricat Aresta. If they can't match this firepower, it's just gonna be difficult for them. But on the defending side, it might be where they can actually shine, because like we mentioned, their lack of utility and the lack of team play was what was hurting them on the attacking side. On defense, Big Scythe were able to just hold their ground, stand their ground, take the end duels, and win. But let's see if Big Scythe can replicate the same thing on the attacking side.
Let's see. There's a chance that they can, but the fact that they've already gotten this huge lead, 4 more rounds, and they close out the game, it's just a little bit tougher for Aricat. But if they can string together these wins, that would be good. Still, though, look at their setup. It's not exactly the same that we see from Big Scythe. It's pretty much an individual player over by Garden. Rudy's with the smoke out certainly gives away a bit of information, and Big Scythe knows to swing in on this. She will fall to the frenzy, and Crowler wants to continue with this aggression. 2 approaches, one from Garden, one from A main, and Yoki has to fall back, stay hidden in towards Hell. They're looking to get her down though, but they don't expect Alyssa coming in from Garden. She's able to take the spike carrier down for 1 second. But how long can she keep this up? That's another kill. Still gets spotted. Has to fall back. Recon vault. A little bit scary. Making some noise in towards heaven as well now. 3 more players to deal with. Has to isolate these duels to find all the single headshots. Down to 23 HP. That's a 3rd kill. Still though, no more utility remaining. She swings out, and Big Gwen will just spray her down with the frenzy. Very close, but still not quite enough. 10-3. They lose the pistol round once more.
You can tell Alyssa's still really sharp. Got those 3 kills, even in such a dire situation. Being able to get those headshots, I actually thought it was a potential to be a clutch ace. I mean, she's really sharp right now. Really, 11 kills on Alyssa, the rest of her team. Not being able to win this aim duels because Big are just too good right now.
Way too good. I mean, they have some kind of coordination, some kind of prepared strategy. The way that they're approaching these rounds as well. I mean, the way that they executed a split this time is just unbridled aggression in towards mid, perhaps. If you're Aricat Aresta, you need to set up for this, and unfortunately they don't quite have it yet. But still, making a bit of a trade is going to be Rosie. She does pick up the Spectre, and the spike getting dropped is a big problem for Big Scythe. They need to come back in to retrieve it. Still though, there are a couple of players trying to aggress in towards market.
Well, that would have been a pretty good spray, but the wall was like right in front.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Big Gwen with a quick double kill into the smoke there, able to take 2 down, and it's now down to a 2v1, and Crollo is there. You can see, you mentioned it, there's a lot of team play, a lot of coordination from Big Scythe. The way they peek, the way they go in, someone is always covered. Someone is always covering someone else, and you saw Raze take out her grenade there. She was extremely vulnerable, but Crollo was right behind and doesn't even let Alyssa take Gwen down. And I think that's the biggest difference in this game right now. Big Scythe are playing as a unit. The way they move, their movements, not just on attack, but we also saw it on the defensive side, right? They had coordinated pushes on every single front. And that's what really made Aricat Aresta's life difficult.
Exactly. I mean, take a look at how Aricat Aresta are defending right now. I think the Raze, Noxie is the only one over by tree watching Catwalk, and there isn't anyone here to back her up, so she does try to stop it with a boombot, but it's only going to catch one player. That is Gwen. Still a big scalp to find, but the rest of the squad right now need to do their best at defending, and Rosie certainly is stepping up to the plate, does pick up a double kill. Hisoka, the only one coming from A main.
The shake.
Literal shake. She knows that they are over, all 5 over on the A site. And with her Spectre, she does have, you know, full shields, full health. Still can do some damage, but not as confident without her teammates.
Yeah, they're sending one person to B because they don't know where the spike is. They know that she has it. I think they might have seen it. And the more she waits, the more they might have to guess. But if she goes to A right now, there's still 4 players waiting on
30
the side.
seconds left.
Seem to check Shri, but as soon as she fires a couple of shots, Rudy's comes in with the swing, and of course the headshot. 11-4, not too bad, but this is just the standard start at the second half. 2-1 so far. Aricat Aresta need to continue with this momentum, and I'm not sure if they can do it because now Big Scythe have a full buy.
Yeah, it looks really difficult because you can't make many mistakes here. You only have 1 round to lose, and then even at 1 round you lose, that only guarantees gives you at least, or I'd rather at the most overtime. So there's almost no room for mistakes for Aricat Aresta here, and for Big Scythe there, they could just win off of 2 strong executes, and they just win the game already at this point. Aricat Aresta are really in the back foot.
Yeah, they lose this match point. And, I mean, economy is another issue as well. So Aricat Aresta is certainly playing a lot more defensive this time. You don't see any aggressive peaks coming out, but the thing that I have in mind is, will their setups actually be able to stop the pushes from coming in, or are they just going to play retakes? I don't think, given the Killjoy players' position, that's what they want to do. Still, though, Rosie was instrumental in winning the previous round. If she can repeat the same magic, that would be awesome. But Hanbolt coming out. She's going for a bit of a peek. Gets the first headshot, a second kill, and the Nano Swarms are being activated. Noxy just here to help her out, maybe push them off of Catwalk. Instead, that is what they're doing. Big Scythe heading towards market right now. Crollo spotting a random updraft. Tries to take it down, but the door has been shut in her face.
The door might actually be her death because Yoki is already on the other side of it, and if Yoki peeks at the right time, Crollo out, and there's the peek, takes 1 down, and Alyssa is there to clean things up. Hisoka gets taken down, and Aricat Aresta starting to look better on his defensive side.
A little bit better. Let's keep this up. 11-5 right now. And they still are holding on to their weapons. They still got everything going for them. Big Scythe, on the other hand, back towards the Sheriffs. We take a look at ultimates as well. I mean, we do have the Blaze Storm available. Lockdown maybe for a retake at some point, but pretty scared that Hisoka's close to hers as well. Gwen also 7 out of 8 for a showstopper. Not to mention, Chassu does have her Hunter's available to her. So this could be setting up for an execute at some point from Big Scythe, and Aricat has to be prepared for it. They're preemptively shutting the door, Marky.
Yeah, that's really smart, and they can choose to break it as well if they want to. There's alarm bot spotting people at least 1% at mid. Presence is there. I'd still be afraid of these Sheriffs because combined with the Hunter's Fury plus the Showstopper, they can still do quite a bit of damage.
Still, though, being careful for now. I mean, look at this. They might have all Sheriffs. They might be on an eco, but they're not just throwing a Hail Mary. They're not just like, all right, whatever. This is round that we're probably going to lose. They're working as a team. We have a full 5-man Sheriff train walking all the way up Catwalk right now, and Noxy sees this. She's terrified. 5 players, and you have to back off. Pink Shells will be able to do some damage, though, and they still continue their friction outside of doors. Yoki will be able to stop this with a bit of a spray. Goes in for the classic. Does not know that if there's a player behind her. Still, though, looking for a chassis over by Generator. She will be able to take her down and collect the 4th kill in this round for herself. Yoki being the bastion of the A site right now.
Yeah, they're really defending this really well. Big Scythe. That was an eco round for them though, so I think they're still fine. They still have a lot of chances to get the 12 to get to match point. They have a full buy right now. They have 3 ultimates as well. So Showstopper, even the lockdown to get into the side, plus the Hunter's Fury. Although the lockdown is going to be difficult to use because there is a Hunter's Fury on the side of Aricat Aresta as well. So if they choose the wrong side, the Hunter's Fury is just going to take a lockdown down.
Yeah, and because of this many ultimates available to Big Side, this is where, if you were in Aricat Aresta's shoes, I think you want to play, you know, extremely defensively, all the way at the back of the side. Maybe you can just go in and prepare for a retake at some point, because you know that there is a chance an execute is going to happen from Big Side. They're going to deploy their ultimates at the same time, and if you're not prepared for it, you might just forfeit the round. And at this point, 11-6, they need every single thing that they can get. Still, though, just a little bit of a warning shot from Gwen over from B main. Maybe they're trying to bait out some utility as well before they make their execute happen, softening up the side, as it were. But Aricat Aresta, they're not really budging all that much. In fact, they've actually taken the race player down to about 50 HP.
I'd still like to see some control. I mentioned this earlier on Aricat Aresta's attack, but Big Scythe, look at mid right now. It's pretty open, and I think that going through mid will put a lot of pressure into the side rather than just going to the
30
sides.
seconds left.
And they don't even have a lurker at mid, so Big Scythe are trying to brute force their way into the sides, and they are going for an A execute right now. The raise is all the way at mid though. When you catch someone who has to rotate, and there's the first kill. Yoki though trades with Chase U. Big Presence is going to get the spike down. No, the Hunter's Fury denies the plant. Yoki takes Big Presence down. Noxy takes Hisoka down as well. They had to plant the spike now, otherwise they have no chance. But Alyssa with a wide swing takes him down, and Rosie finishes Gwen off. Big Side just a bit too late on their execute to actually force the spike down, and the Hunter's Fury really denying them off that. And Aricat Aresta, they're starting to make this a game. 7-11.
Oh yeah, 7-11. How many rounds in a row have we got? 4 rounds in a row. This is what we've got, and it's gonna keep on going. Yoki, you know, that's just one ultimate, but I think this is where you want to keep that up. I'm still afraid of what Big Scythe could do. I mean, right now they've you know, Sheriffs, 1 Spectre. It's not too bad. There is a chance that they might win, but more than likely they will lose. But you gotta keep in mind they have that many ultimates at their disposal, and if Aricat Aresta starts to get a little bit complacent, this could be detrimental. So right now, Krolo with the Blade Storm, she's looking for an opening pick, but Aricat Aresta are not giving it up.
Can still make this work out with the Blade Storm. There's the grenades as well. Krolo is going to tank up a bit of those damage, but she'll be fine. Rosie takes Big Presence down with her turret. Alyssa takes another one down as well. Yoki with a headshot, and now it's down to a 1v5.
What a setup from Aricat Aresta. I mean, you know, partially is because Big Scythe only has the half-buy-ish weapons right now. Chassis does pick off one at the end, but Noxy will clean up. But the way that they've been playing, I mean, now that they're in defense, now that they are just preparing for the pushes, watching angles, they know, they get the information, they feel a lot more comfortable about how they go in for the duels, how they go in for the fights. I mean, an interesting setup from Rosie as well. She was just hiding behind her turret over by B alley. It's interesting, and then you got someone like Yoki watching her back as well. This is where they will be a lot more comfortable and a lot more instrumental in stopping the pushes. But again, I'm just waiting for that moment where the ultimates stop coming in for Big Side. They're preparing for it right now, and there it is.
Rosie might still use her lockdown, but I think she was thinking about it. But right now, she's not in a good position to hide the lockdown behind. That wall in hell is actually not that good because you can shoot through it. They use a showstopper to hit that lockdown down. Gwen with the opening frag onto Rosie. This might be the big break that Big Scythe needs. They open up the side. Blade Storm completely whiffs Big Crescent, takes down Alyssa, takes down Fake Rubies as well, and it's starting to look good for Big Scythe here. 5v2 right now. Yoki gets taken down as well with a wallbang. Big Crescent is actually swinging the Scythe here on Aricat Aresta right now. Noxy getting 1 kill. Takes Crescents down as well. There's a showstopper being used. Her HP a bit too low, but she does take Hisoka down before getting taken down there. Noxy with a crazy streak there, but Big Scythe are in match point now.
really aggressive, going in for the triple kill, but unfortunately there are 2 players remaining, and they knew exactly where she was coming from. It's a little bit of a heroic play, but I'm not sure if it's the right call, because right now, match point, and they don't have a single ultimate to work with. They might have the buys, but if Big Scythe going for yet another execute, how did they keep that up? They've won 5 rounds in a row previously, but now it's match point from here on out, and they need to be extremely careful. Krolo with the operator still is a very scary thing, but the executes are what I'm worried about once more.
Yeah, it's starting to difficult for Aresta here. They cannot make a mistake anymore. It is match point already. They have to win 4 rounds in a row to send us to overtime. There's a bit too many traps on the air right now. There's a grenades being used to clear out the turret.
Don't think that's how it's gonna work, because it does bounce off the wall. Still though, Alyssa tries to do her best, preventing the push from coming in, but she will ultimately push back because of the nano swarms. And now Crow is just walking in with the right click, able to take Lizzie down. Alyssa makes it a double though, and right now it's just mayhem as Aricat and Aresta are coming back in for this retake. Hisoka, the last one left alive, over from Hell, gonna get shot down by Yoki. And Aricat and Aresta,
You failed. Out of charge.
they're doing pretty good thus far. I mean, I was afraid of the executes. It might have come in, but they were able to stop it from happening. So right now, 12-9. If Aricat and Aresta can keep this up for a couple more rounds, I think right now Big Scythe's economy might not be the best after that loss. If it goes to another win and then another win, yeah, it's just gonna be up to about 12-11. You're starting to see Aricat and Aresta read the executes coming in. Big Scythe at this point in time, they need to change something up because the executes aren't quite working. Still though, now on the sheriffs, a little bit more careful. An attempt at a double shock dart in
My
towards
ult's not
Garden.
ready.
Does not connect to a single player from Aricat. Look at how far back they're playing. Alyssa though, deep in towards Market, trying to watch the angle over by Cat. Does collect one head, immediately dashes away. Nice early damage. An early pick just softens the attacking force. It's down towards 2 and 2. 2 players over by Garden, 2 players over by Amy. They're trying to time the execute, but they just won't be able to get it. Oh my god, the positioning from Yoki. Krolo was not expecting it right now, and the recon ball going in on towards Crescents. It's a flawless victory for Aricat Aresta.
This is why we see the FSL teams prefer to start on the defensive side. I think their defensive holds are so much cleaner. It seems like maybe they're not used to the executes, or maybe it's the lack of the initiator, the Sky, from these teams that actually makes it difficult for them to get into the site, because the executes, you can tell Big Scythe looks so good on the defensive side, but now it looks like Aricat Aresta, their defense is just a bit too strong for Big Scythe for Big Scythe to actually take any rounds here. And they're struggling. They were at 11 rounds at some point, and they're just struggling to get that last round, and the grenade actually dings the wall in the corner there. Makes it difficult for them to use the utilities. Alyssa gets shot out a little bit there.
This could be a problem though, yeah. She's down to 70 HP, and I think Big Scythe has kind of recognized that maybe B is the weaker side, because thus far they've been going A several rounds in a row now. So with Alyssa, the only player over by B site, the spike is towards B as well. She needs to stay alive. She needs to get some kind of information, otherwise Aricat Aresta might just lose this round. Remember, we are at match point from now on out, so lockdown coming into play. They're trying to sell a fake. 4 players over towards A, and Alyssa might rotate as well. They do manage to take away the lockdown, but Alyssa drops the Krolo, her Jet counterpart, and just like that, Spike goes down on B. Now it's a 4v5 retake. Very big problem for Aricat Aresta.
Yeah, that's enough for them to actually get into the site, and it's now Aricat Aresta on the back foot, but Fake Rudy's great positioning from her here. She knows that she can stop the fakers.
Oh my god.
And, Hisoka reveals her position there. Fake Rudy's has a chance to stop her here, and there's 3v3 retake happening on B. There's a 1v1 happening on mid. Crollo takes one down. Rosie takes two
Player
down though,
standing.
and Hisoka takes another one down. And Big
Attackers
Scythe
win.
are the ones that will swing the Scythe this time around and take map number 1.
That was an interesting usage of the From the Shadows. I guess she was trying to, most of her teammates were coming in from spawn, so if she came over by B main, that would be a little bit tougher for a Big Side to hold, perhaps, but she wasn't expecting Hisoka to be coming in from the back, and because of that, she was separated from the rest of her team, thus making the retake a little bit more difficult for Aricat Aresta, and unfortunately, they lose out in that round, so 13-10 is the end of the game. It was close. They managed to string a couple of rounds over by defense, but yeah, I think they lost way too many rounds on attack.
Yeah, it's really whoever starts hot first, right? You have more room for mistakes, and there were many mistakes from the side of Big Side, especially on the attack side, where the executes just weren't clean. They couldn't get into the side, couldn't string those rounds in, but they built enough of an advantage for it to be a win for them.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, they were kind of hoping for the executes to happen, but when it came down to it, on their attacking side, Big Scythe, maybe a lack of opening picks, maybe Aricat Aresta were doing some sneaky things as well. I mean, sometimes they were holding these off angles. They might have been alone, a little bit different from how Big Scythe approaches on the defense. They often had someone like a little bit like a buddy system, right? But Aricat Aresta, it's still not a problem for them. They know how to use their utility. I mean, oftentimes you see someone like Noxy with the boom bots, the paint shells, and
Yeah.
that alone is enough to stop a rush from coming in. On the flip side, though, when Big Scythe were defending, I mean, you saw 7 first bloods on Crollo's stats, and I think that's a very big thing. I mean, she knows how to go in for these aggressive plays. I think several of those first bloods came in on their defensive side.
Yeah, all the first bloods really opened things up for the defenders, and Crollo, it was so scary in that mid. She denied any mid control, and I really think that Aricat Aresta could have punished her a bit more. Maybe peeking her from 2 angles, one from top mid, one from mid link. I think those types of punishes should be more common because she got away with so many kills at mid, like waiting for the smoke to pop or them pushing smoke. But that's why you don't push smokes, right? The way the smokes work, they're dome. So your gun goes in first and someone inside the smoke sees you before you see them because the head goes in last. That's why the smokes are dome shaped in the game.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes some players actually look away and then flick into the smoke so that the gun barrel doesn't
That's
peek into it
interesting.
first. But it's one of those things that you got to be very careful about. But that's gonna be that for Ascent. We're gonna come back with our next map pretty soon. So a little quick break, a breather for the players. But after this, maybe about 5-ish minutes, we're gonna be right back with the second map, guys. Do not touch your browser, and we're gonna come back with map number 2.
We'd like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go.
Welcome
And-
back, everyone. Yeah, we are on game number 2 of this best of 5 series between Aricat, Aresta, and Big Scythe, and we saw a game 1 that kind of went in the balance, like between the two teams, right? It really shows how close these teams are, and of course how defensive sided these teams are, I would say. But moving into game number 2, I think that it's still quite a conflict, right? The map was really close, and I think whoever starts on defense will most likely come up with advantage, and I think that Big Scythe are going to start on attack this time around. So let's see if they can actually get a cleaner attacking side, because that was a problem for both teams. The executes not having the hard flash, or even Arena can make quite a big of a difference entering into the sites, and I feel like that's been an issue for a lot of the teams that we've seen, minus Alter Ego Celeste, because they are of course extremely sharp and they can get into any side that they want to. But seeing the other teams play here, I think that their executes really just lack that one hard flash to allow them safe entry to the site, or maybe a faster or more explosive execute to deny the defenders from rotating fast enough.
Yeah, because the rounds that they actually won was, when they had executes coming out of smokes, maybe a lockdown to back them up, and then they just blast pack in, send a boobot somewhere. You have Krollo dashing in at times. That helps them. But then again, it's a little bit confusing. We're not quite sure. Aricat Aresta just maybe a little bit better on defense, but then again, that actually was their map pick. Ascent was Aricat Aresta's map pick, so that losing 13-10 doesn't inspire the best confidence in me. Honestly, I kind of thought, because just based off of circuit standings, right? They're ranked number 4. They've been consistently making it to playoffs. Big Scythe maybe not as much, but that sudden change in performance, I mean, what happened?
Maybe they're warming up. I mean, maybe they just need a little bit of maybe just a little bit of feeling it first. Sometimes there are teams that are like that. They are much better in a longer series, and this is a best of 5. And Aricat Aresta, like you mentioned, number 4 in the leaderboards. We're gonna see the draft right about now, but number 4 in the leaderboards just means that they didn't make the cut to qualify for elite, right? So that's why they're playing overtime right now. Of course, they are one of, like we mentioned earlier, one of the playoff favorites, staples rather. And here's what we needed to see, right? The Reyna. This is the flash that I will actually let you get into sites. I like the Viper pick for the side of Aricat Aresta. For Big Scythe, it seems like they might go with a double controller this time around.
They're certainly hovering over it, and I kind of like that because Omen can be versatile in that aspect. He does have, paranoia, kind of a
Select your
flash.
agent.
Even more smokes just means even more control over sites. You kind of have that option of being able to fake out sites as well. So it's a nice option, but I'm not sure how that'll actually play out against Aricat Aresta now that Aricat are starting out on the defense. So both sides, I mean, you got to be careful. It is Icebox after all. Sages on both sides though, pretty standard as well.
Yeah, I mean that's what she has ice. It just really works that she has ice on Icebox, right?
I guess so.
Cold joke, cold joke.
I was more thinking along the lines of, the things that you can do with the walls and slowing people down with your slow orb. But yeah, ice on ice box. But it's kind of interesting to me that Big Scythe actually decided to pick Icebox because just based off of stats, they actually play Icebox quite a bit, but the last time that they actually did that was against Galaxy Racer, on which they lost 13-1.
Ouch.
Yeah, so I don't know. This time could be different. Maybe they did some studying and homework.
Yeah, I mean it's something that Elu mentioned every time we go to Icebox. If you pick Icebox, you better be damn ready. Okay, there's a wall allowing them to get a little bit of mid control here. There's no mid control for Aricat Aresta. There's no one playing the tube. No one's playing on the ramp anymore. There's the wall, second wall coming up, Sage wall, allowing them entry into the B site. There's a shock dart though, big damage onto Big Crescent, and Gwen gets really low as well. Rosie is gonna take 2 down. Aricat Aresta with a hot start right now. Chase you trades 1 for 1, and now it's down to Big Crollo. And Crollo, not sure if she can come up big here. She's been very sharp, but 4v1 is still a tall task. Yoki does not take that much damage. Yoki finishes Big Crollo off with a headshot. And that shock dart really ruined their plans there.
Completely. I mean, AoE damage, several players getting backed up like that. They weren't expecting someone to be holding all the way from kitchen. And I was kind of wondering why. I mean, it's safer if you have the Sage wall erected as you approach in from mid towards B, but I think it kind of gave their positioning away as well. Like that just gives up some information. If they were a little bit more quiet, perhaps just using the toxic screen to sneak past, maybe they would have caught Yoki off guard. But regardless, onto the second round, and they're making a rush in towards A. And we have a couple of Spectres to hold this. Alyssa plus Noxy up over by the top of pipes. They get the information. Noxy though, up on this one spot, will be able to collect on the kills. Now Alyssa comes in. It's a bit of a trade, but yeah, I just don't see Hisoka walking away from this one. Does collect on 2 heads though. Excuse me. Picks up a Spectre as well. She has, I guess, adequate health if she wants to make it happen. 1 minute remaining as well. She has the option to rotate.
There's so much time right now though. She could just hide in this corner, and if she doesn't get spotted, they might just split up. Or at least both go to B because... Okay, this drone.
Uh-oh. That's the code.
She gets the timing. She gets the timing. Hisoka, 4 kills right now. It's going to be a clutch ace if she gets this. 40 HP on her. She runs around a bit, fakes the spike plant. They're like trains. Just, missing each other in the night. But unfortunately for her, she was going on the wrong side, and Rosie finishes Hisoka off. But at what cost? 4 teammates lost there. They have to buy again this round, or they're just gonna have to completely eco this because Big Scythe are coming up with the rifles here.
A bit of that ring around the Rosie, and just unfortunate, I guess, maybe timing and positioning. Still though, it came really close.
And there was a universe there where she actually looked left and gets a double headshot and completes the clutch ace, but it's not this universe.
Not this universe. Maybe if Doctor Strange opens up a portal. But for now, it's ARC with the Sheriffs because they lost 4 players in that round, right? Economy's certainly broken. On the other hand, though, Big Scythe, they have the firepower for this, and they're making the execute happen. Crollo getting the first hit already. Alyssa trying to do her best, will be able to take Chase Dude down. Still, though, it's down to the 4v3, and Big Scythe are not slowing down. I mean, they pretty much have control over its site at this point.
This is an interesting wall. It creates this angle where you think that there's probably no one up there. But Sage is actually peeking through that corner. And
Last
Krollo
player
takes Yoki
standing.
down, Gwen takes one down as well. Rosie, trying to play it more expensive,
Wow.
takes Krollo down as well with her Spectre. Remember, she's the one who survived. Might be able to get another one. Rosie takes Gwen down and is getting very expensive. But, okay, you know, there's a Viper in the game and there's no such thing as a defuse when there's a Viper.
Yeah.
She might just want to try to go for an exit frag here and die or save the gun.
They're running away.
Yeah,
Could save the
she's
gun.
just gonna die.
No.
No.
Well, okay. She's. If you die after the spike explodes, you don't get the. Do you?
You don't get the penalty. No.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's only after the round when they actually do the check whether you
Round
save the gun or
resets,
not.
that's right. Cool. Okay.
Unlike other games.
Close. But you still see Rosie stepping up to the plate, despite being the last member alive. But regardless, whatever it is, it's still a win for Big Scythe. So 2-1 right now, and they have the chance to continue building up momentum. Certainly right now, selling a bit of a fake it towards mid, but Noxie holding the angle will be able to collect onto Gwen.
My ult's
So this
not
is a bit of a problem for Big Scythe, down towards a 4v5.
Yeah, I like the quick dismiss out as well to get back into safety. Same for Big Krollo. These duelists are really fast and making sure that they get out of a bad situation, and I think that's a good sign for the duelists, because that's really what you need to do as a duelist, right? You take the duelists on your terms, and Rosie takes Crescents down. Unfortunately, controllers don't have that fast of an escape mechanism, so she couldn't get away from that. Rosie takes one down as well. It's gonna be a trade for Hisoka. And it's gonna be a Recon Bolt spotting things out, and Noxie is gonna chase you because of that spot. Hisoka, the only one left remaining here, 1v4. Feels like she keeps getting put into these crazy clutch scenarios, and it's gonna be difficult.
Very, very difficult. In fact, they know where she is, so they're just gonna hunt her down. Noxie immediately going in for that sort of pre-fire. 3-2-1. And Aricat and Aresta are starting to take the lead. This is Big Scythe's map pick, and it's kind of weird for both sides, but so far so good, because Aricat and Aresta have been winning these duels just because they get the information, just because someone like Noxie is often positioned up over by pipes. Anyone who tries to aggress in towards A just gets shut down.
Looks like it's the same problem, right? The attacking side is just so difficult for these teams because the executes just aren't clean enough and they can't get into the site. And for the side of Big Scythe, they're the ones without the flash, right? You only have the Paranoia, which is the near side. They don't have a Reyna to use the Leer in to get into the site. You can see where it's difficult. Like, they're having a difficult time breaking in, and when they do break in, it's not clean, and because of that they get punished. They get taken out one by one. The only round that they won was when they had rifles against smaller guns, or more or less an eco from Aricat Aresta.
Exactly. Look at how Noxie's position right now. Earlier on, she was over by pipes. This time, she's up on Nest itself. Still, though, Big Scythe trying to go in on towards Kitchen. Big Gwen will be the one who collects on that kill for unfortunately running out of knives. So at this point, I think they just want to convert the push in towards a B play. But Rosie hiding over by yellow can be a bit of a problem. She's that sleeper agent, and once she starts waking up, it's going to come into full effect. Double kill already. Gwen making it a straight though. Still 2v3. She will be able to get the spike down. Has the res as well, but Noxie wants to deny this. Coming in already from green. Gets shut down. There's the res. 3v2 at this point. There's a very good chance that Big Scythe might win. As soon as I say that, though, Alyssa just goes in on time. Takes away the res player. 2v2, and they're both really low. Alyssa is going to make this as difficult as she can. Instant flakes on towards Gwen. And they
90-degree turn there. That was a 90-degree flick. Luckily, Sage was really low, so that body shot was enough to kill her. Alyssa really showing up for Aricat Aresta here. 4-1 right now, and they do look so much better on defense. That res though, such a misplay, because normally when you res, right, you wall up, you defend them, you try to go for a trade, you use them as bait. It seemed like that res was a free Okay, you lose your rest and you lose a member. That's 200 extra credits for us, and we win the round. Aricat Aresta.
Yeah.
They haven't built up an economy here though, like because big Scythe have made it expensive every single round. So you look at the economy here. Big Scythe still have a very good chance of taking this back, as long as they win one round. They just need one round to reset everything.
Not impossible, but their executes still have been kind of lacking a little. That round was only because they were able to convert, catching some unsuspecting players who were a little bit maybe confused or distracted. This time around, though, all 5 women trying to make the A hit happen, but look at the rotates on the mini-map. Aricat and Aresta are reading this perfectly. They hear the footsteps, they just need to hold these off angles, and Rudy's will be able to collect with a big triple. Krolo, though, makes it the trade.
I got
2v2 now.
How do you
with the
spray like that
spike
with a
shoot.
Vandal? That was absolutely insane from Rudy's and really making it difficult for Big Scythe there. That triple kill even things out. And
Enemy remaining.
Big Scythe, okay, Hisoka,
Player
great
standing.
positioning there. Rosie takes Hisoka down. These two Vipers have been on a rivalry. And 1v1 situation right now. Krolo is on tube, but in an angle where you don't see her until you swing that corner. I think she might have the timing on
Oh my
Rosie.
God.
Right there. Oh, the vulnerability. Just double the damage, man. It's like a double damage there. Rosie been clutch for Aricat Aresta here. It's a Rosie show right now. I mean, Alyssa's been sharp, but it feels like Rosie's been clutching every single round.
Since the start, since the pistol, since the second round, Rosie has been stepping up to the plate. Rudy's as well in this hold. Once she heard all those footsteps, knew exactly where to look. And this is Aricat Aresta just feeling extra comfortable on the defense. In fact, it's a little bit interesting because earlier on, Rosie did not deploy her toxic screen at all, except for down into that 1v1 situation. But right now, a little bit of a toxic screen towards B, towards mid, just makes things a little bit more difficult for Big Scythe. At this point, I mean, unless they somehow win the duel against Rosie over by green, they have no choice but to either sneak up mid or go in towards A.
She has lineups for days, so Rosie. Like you can see her lining up the toxic cloud, poison cloud as well, making sure that these one ways are there. And look at Big Scythe. They're making it difficult for them to actually peek into the corners. They don't even know if someone's hiding in the smoke still. They have to double clear it right now. Okay, they double clear it. And it's just so hard to get into the B site. They don't have a hard flash to get into the site right now.
Yeah, the best chances they have is maybe Crescent, who falls to Rosie. So, I mean, at that point, your best bet, I think you gotta rely on some of the smokes from Viper in order to make your way safely onto side, because if not, Aricat Aresta can just aggress the situation and take your players down just like that.
30
Hisoka
seconds
falling
left.
down into the 5v3, 30 seconds remaining, and they have to execute onto A. Krolo trying to do her best though, unfortunately will not be able to check the corner. A couple of shots from screens, a couple of shots from backside, and Big Scythe just get dismantled. They are not quite sure where to look, they're not quite sure where the Aricat players are coming from, and they have no way of stopping those kills from coming in.
Yeah, I realized also that Big Scythe, they're not using the toxic screen. Hisoka didn't really use the screen down there on that eco. I think would have helped a bit to close the gap and make their sheriffs a bit more potent. And the shock darts from Chase U, I think that if the shock darts bounce off a wall into that corner in generator, they could have gotten the stage there, but fake Rudy's was just hiding there, took the damage from the 2 shock darts, was able to kill the Jet because she just stood in the corner there, ate the shock dart damage.
Still those shots a lot. Big Scythe need to find an answer to break the defenses of Aricat Aresta. Hunter's Fury coming in doesn't quite do much.
Hit the Reyna, well, 1 tick, but I think they expected more from that because they actually tagged the Jet.
Still though, I mean, it's a little bit confusing for Aricat Aresta at this moment in time because Hunter's Fury over by mid, you got so many players headed towards B, but you have Chase you over by A as well. And if she lurks right, if she hears the footsteps and times her push correctly, this will be a big problem for ARC. Krolo getting the opening pick is just that much better, so they have control over B site right now. Spike getting planted, and Chase Yu's doing her job, trying to stop them from going in for the retake all too easily. Hunter's Fury, a little bit late as well, does not stop the Spike from getting planted in time. So 3v5 right now, and Aricat Aresta are going to have a tough fight ahead.
The timing for fake Rudy's on the reload there. Krolo was waiting for that swing. Yoki does make it a trade though, but Chase U is going to take Yoki down, and it's down to Alyssa right now. Doesn't even have a dash here. Will not be able to take anyone down, and this is the cleanest round that I've seen from Big Scythe.
Not bad. I mean, see, when they're trying to break into site, sometimes they get stopped because it's just that much easier for Aricat to watch these angles because they know exactly. I mean, there's a limited number of entries for Big Scythe. I mean, you got A maze, E main, I guess, B garage, mid perhaps, and that's pretty much it. On the other hand, for Big Scythe, anytime they try to make an entry, there are so many different angles to look out for. They don't have the flashes unless you count Big Crescents with her paranoia. But the main thing is they need to make use of these smokes. So earlier on, Toxic Screen, Krolo was able to sneak on the side and take Rosie down, and that was instrumental. This time around, though, it's a little bit worse as one player already falls over by 8 main. Crescents will be able to take Rosie down, but not the biggest problem over by Green. Able to take another one down, and she dismisses away. 2v4. In Hisoka over by 2, sneaking up. Unfortunately, gets spotted out. So
Last player standing.
I don't know if this is going to be Big Scythe's round. Certainly not.
Let's go and pull something really crazy here. First headshot there. This is what she needs, right? A few 1v1s, 1v1, v1, 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 and she gets a spike down, and it's starting to look better for her. If she could take fake Rudy's down, it's gonna be doable. There's the headshot, and now it's a 2v1. There's a wall there as well. They don't know where she is right now. She can keep them guessing. She can't res, unfortunately, because her teammates are not close to the site. Should have heard the drop there from Alyssa. But once this starts getting defused, I'm not sure what she can do. Gwen, though, 1v1 situation right now, and Alyssa, pros don't fake.
She's sticking it.
Pros
No,
don't fake.
Gwen.
Heartbreaking for Gwen. Almost got the clutch there, but Alyssa, pros really don't fake. She just stuck to defuse there. She knew she had time. The plant angle, that's what I want to talk about. The plant angle is really bad for the position that she took. Like, I get that she wanted to go for the kill, but she needs to run to actually get back to the spike, to actually get the angle to shoot, because there's a box there, and that box blocks the vision.
Exactly. I still felt that maybe if she wall banged a little, might have scared Alyssa off the maybe. But unfortunately, still a very valiant effort. She still took 3 players down before dying, so very, very well played. But right now, Alyssa, just a bit of an informational play, gets what she needs, immediately dashes away, and now it's just up to Yoki as well as Alyssa to stop the push from coming in. Duties will be on her way to stop the push from coming in. Maybe a slow orb will throw a wrench in their plans. There it is, but Crescent and Hisoka from the right side will continue to bulldoze their way into the site, and this is one way to break their way in. Retakes coming in though, might just be able to make some damage. I say that, it's gonna be 2 kills, and now we're into a 2v2. Hisoka making a trade happen. Very well played indeed, but Rudy's a little bit too, I guess, passive on the approach from screens. Will get taken out. Rosie making a trade. 1v1 now. Not sure where Chase U is, but she gets the flick. Dude, what?
Rosie with a clutch yet again. I feel like whenever it's an A clutch, it's always Rosie. And getting that 180 flick into the headshot was really, really great, because 8-2 right now for Aricat Aresta. Big Scythe looked really good on the first half on Ascent, but Aricat Aresta looked even better on defense here on Icebox.
Incredible plays. Oh my god, Rosie is just showing up huge right now for ARC. mean, maybe not exactly on side. She's often over by B, this time swapping over onto A because she has that Viper's Pit available. It's just going to be that much tougher for Big Scythe. I mean, considering the fact that they don't quite have, I guess, maybe the best economy right now. I think I saw a couple of pistols. But they're still trying to go in for this. Still, Alyssa aggressing in towards mid, plus Yoki. It's just deaths all across the board. Pro, the only one with a Vandal, trying to do whatever she can, but will not be able to do all that much. 9-2,
Last round
Marquis.
before the switch.
That was I think, perfect flawless too. Like, I don't think they got hit at all by those sheriffs. Like, I didn't see any damage, at least in the interface, because I mean it's really small, right? If you get hit by 50 damage, you might not be able to see it so much. But that was a clean round from Aricat Aresta, and it looks like it might be a 10-2 if they keep this going, because look at the ultimate situation as well. Aricat Aresta have 4 ults. They still have the Sage res, which I'd like to say also is a little bit more defensive advantage, because if someone dies on site, you could easily wall and res them. On the attacking side, if someone dies on site and you're playing a Sage, typically it's not that easy to res unless you take over the site already. So right now, for this situation, I think Aricat Aresta really do have the bigger advantage here, because there's also the Hunter's Fury that's extremely good at the retakes. And that's exactly what they can do, right? They can go for a retake, they can just take their time, they don't even need to fully commit to fights.
Exactly. So many ultimates, not to mention, I mean, it is 9-2. Even if they lose this round, it's not the worst thing in the world. They win, and it's just even better for them over on the second half. But we're just starting to see this. It's kind of the same problem over on Ascent. They're having a tough time trying to gain control over specific areas of the map. And I'm talking about Big Scythe, of course. I mean, they're just unable to take these fights in an advantageous way. Anytime they try to approach over by A, as soon as someone like Alyssa gets information, as soon as they hear the footsteps, ARC instantly rotates over. You might see a slow orb, you might see, a couple players holding off angles. But the thing is, whenever they drop, they make it an even trade. One person on Big Scythe will drop as well. And down into the clutch situations, it's Rosie, the last one left alive, and she's always able to make something happen. Maybe there are some rounds where she does lose over at least, the 2 rounds that Big Scythe actually won, but it's still a very, very strong lead.
It's a gigantic lead, and for the side of Big Scythe, what I already talked about on Ascent, for something that was Aricat's map pick, they looked a lot more coordinated, a lot more ready. And this is their map pick, Icebox, and it looks like they're not really that ready with their executes. And I really feel that the attacking side just needs to be polished by these teams. And I think that for a team, let's talk about the other teams in the circuit, right? Galaxy Racer, something that they really did to get over the edge and really beat out every other team except Alter Ego Celeste was to polish their attacking side. GXR, we used to call them a very defensive team. They're really strong on the defense, but that's because they're really good players. But once they brush up on their attack side and their executes, they look like a much better team, and they look like the obvious number 2 next to Alter Ego Celeste. Even though they weren't still that close to Alter Ego Celeste, they gave them a run for their money. They took them to overtime, and that's because their attacking side was a lot more polished, a lot better. They had a lot more executes, a lot more tricks in the bag. Tricks. But like right now, what I'm seeing from these teams is they're struggling so much on the attacking side. They do have the firepower on defense. You could tell that they're actually sharp. You could tell that they know how to. They have the mechanics, but they don't have the executes to get into the site. And on a map like Icebox, if you're not ready for those executes, it's just so hard to get in.
Exactly. It's the same point that I guess Illustrato illustrated.
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
yeah, it's true though, because you really need to be prepared, especially on the attacking side. If you don't, there are just way too many different angles, different positions that you gotta be cautious or wary of, and it's perfectly shown by a player like
Whoa.
Noxy, who is constantly switching things around. Still though, this is the last round of the first half, and it's just getting underway. Already a very interesting setup from Rosie. I mean, it shows that Aricat Aresta are a little bit that much more prepared. But Big Scythe, they're not going to back down without a fight. They're still trying to go in towards mid. I think Yoki hears this, though. Shock dart's already coming in. Not quite going to connect. And because of that, as soon as she dropped over by Boiler, Crescents will be able to pick up the kill.
Looks like they're going to be able to get into the site, but it's been difficult to keep
One enemy remaining.
them in because Aricat and Aresta are just going to take them down one by one. That res was also a bit ill-advised, and like I mentioned, if you haven't really taken over that site and you res, it's pretty much a free kill, right, for Aricat and Aresta. And 10-2 right now going into the second half. That was just a complete wash-off around there. Big Scythe really couldn't get any stops. 2 rounds, I think, probably gonna have to mount a almost insurmountable comeback here. They're 8 rounds behind, but again, we've seen them on the defensive side. They're also really good on defense. And Aricat Aresta, their attacking side also needs to be a little bit more polished, but I think that having the Reyna here will really help them.
I have to agree. I mean, once they make their way in, that one Leer, if it's not dealt with, or even if it just goes up for a second, will be a big enough distraction for Big Scythe to have to deal with. They're still going in for this, and Pro will get the information, so rotate's already happening. But let's see how Aricat Aresta actually makes their way onto site. They full on with the Owl Drone. No Leer coming out might be a big problem because Prolo as well as Chase, you will be able to take down 2 players. 3 on the other side now, just a big firefight, big firing range, and a lot of blind shots past the smokes. ARC still able to collect a couple kills, but Prolo is the main one that they have to deal with. Haven't been able to take her down yet. Rudy's healing herself off. Still going 3 players. Taking her down. She's able to take Hisoka, but Gwen with the headshots will be able to bring this back for her team. So nice start for Big Scythe, but let's see if they can keep this up. I mean, it is good for them to get the pistol on the start of the second half.
And it's the same nightmare for them on the attacking side for Aricat Aresta. It's always Krollo with an opening frag. That opening frag leads into the team being able to come in time to get some shots in. And you saw that firing squad. There were 3 of them shooting that on the defensive side. And Aricat Aresta couldn't even get in. They couldn't even step into the site.
And that's why we gotta be a little bit more careful about their approach. I mean, you cannot just assume that it's safe to walk past this one little entryway, especially when you got players like Krollo who love to play over by pipes. Already 1 player dropping. I mean, it is the second round, so it's okay, but you want to do at least some kind of damage over onto the Big Scythe players. Right now, Hisoka, or I guess Scythe, actually repositioning herself over by Yellow, gets swung upon, and that's a free weapon for ARC.
Yeah, the double swing made it difficult for her to actually snap into 1 target because she actually saw 2 targets and she aimed in between. Rudy is going to take big crescents as well, and it's starting to look good for them. 1-for-1 trade as well, but Krollo is going to take down Yoki, and it's going to be Big Scythe taking this round. The spike was still stuck in A. Unfortunately for them, no spike money, but they made it expensive for Big Scythe. Like you mentioned, they just need to make it expensive. They just need to do a little bit of damage so that they can secure this next round where they actually have the rifles and force Aricat Aresta to either buy or do a full eco. Because if they buy here, they will be at a disadvantage, but they might stand a better chance against the rifles. If they don't buy, it's going to be round 11 for Aricat Aresta. So I think that Big Scythe are electing to get rifles on their players here. Krollo already with a Vandal.
Yeah. Whatever they can get, they need it. So maybe playing a little bit more careful this time. Toxic screen goes up. Snakebite already deployed. Alyssa just pushes past it though. That's kind of scary. Thing is, if she's able to sneak her way up and then explode on the site, I don't know if Hisoka's going to be prepared for this. Spots her shoulder, but because it's a quick jiggle peek, will not be able to connect the shot. But there we go. Oh my god, she just drops dead. Still though, Gwen with the Vandal will not be able to collect another kill. It's a bit of a trade, but Aricat Aresta has already lost 2 players in this one duel. Retakes very possible for Big Scythe.
Yeah, they don't have the guns for it, but they do have the numbers, and combined with the utility, they can get into the site and take fights on their terms instead. Look, they're already approaching the site. Krollo has a Vandal of her own, uses the smoke Takes down fake Rudy. Starting to look good for them. Rosie though, with a Vandal, unfortunately has to reload. Crescent is gonna take her down. It's all up to Yoki. Gets the headshot. Does not expect Krolo on top. And she's gonna get the defuse safely. It's gonna be round number 11 for Aricat Aresta. Big side, for Big Scythe rather. Round number 5.
Wait. Did she? What? Is
Wait.
that a mistake?
Yes.
Why would you? Oh no.
Uh.
The game's not over, Krolo.
wait. I have an explanation. You know, Krolo in the anime, can only use one skill from his book at any given point in time. So I think that to increase her fragging power with her gun, she has to let go of the other skills. You know?
Right. Okay, I guess so. So
Yeah.
maybe now that she's spent her blade storm,
We need some canon
have-
explanation.
yeah, I don't know, extraordinary skills with her guns now that the blade storm has been given up. Still though, they have to be prepared for this push coming in over by A. It's the Hunter's Fury, it's the Leer, it's the Execute from Aricat Aresta, and they just go in with the frenzy. Krolo.
What is
I mean,
happening
I don't
here?
know, it could be different, but 5v2 now.
Spike planted.
And they just might have forfeited a round. They weren't prepared for this.
Yeah, they weren't ready for the rushes, and Aricat Aresta with a decisive rush, and of course getting the headshots helped a lot. But Gwen, headshots of her own, can get the res up as well with the next kill, but the wall goes up, and I think that Aricat Aresta are going for the rest of their own. Big Rudy's with the sheriff here. That's not gonna kill Gwen, does get her res up, but gets taken down, and the pistols and Spectres and Frenzies just a bit too much right now.
See, I mean, sometimes it's not just all about firepower, right? You suddenly switch up the pace, and the
Yes.
opposing team just doesn't know what hit them. A sudden Hunter's Fury basically blocks anyone who might try to attempt to come in from screens, and that just keeps the remaining three players on A side itself. And because they weren't quite sure how or where Aricat Aresta were going to approach from, and plus the Leer, you're just gonna get taken down.
Yeah, so the change in tempo really helps a lot when you're attacking, right? Like, if you're unpredictable on the attacking side, if your timings are variable, it will really allow you to find openings. And at that point, they basically went to the fastest rush into the site with the jet, used to dash in with a frenzy, and it really worked out for them. Being able to change the tempo at
Spike
will
planted.
is what marks a good attacking team. And Aricat Aresta, their attacking side is starting to look good.
Agreed. Still though, they have gotten the spike down. The thing is, now they need to play post plan in this round. Big Scythe still have 5 players alive, and that could be a big problem. One snake bite in, just by a little bit of time perhaps. Big Scythe are being careful about this. Here comes their Execute, Paranoia plus Recon Bolt, but Ludius and Noxy, I think, will be able to collect on a couple more kills. Looking to fade away from Alyssa. They're having a tough time trying to take down these players. And Rosie will be able to clean things up. 12-5 now. Aricat Aresta
Match
have
point.
earned their match point. Alyssa and Noxy, though, unfortunately dying to the spike.
And between the previous round and 2 rounds ago, really having a Blade Storm up may have helped Big Scythe, but you know, sometimes you fat finger.
Sometimes.
It's happened to me before. I mean, although
How
I'm not on the same level. Not very often. It's quite rare.
I don't know, but whatever it is, 12-5 is certainly difficult to come back from. They're gonna try though. Viper's Pit plus Hunter's Fury. They do take down 1 player. Alyssa, thinking about pushing into the Viper's Pit, might not suspect a lurking Hisoka over by the corner, or by the cubby. Knives up, and she's still thinking about going in. The rest of her team, though, not sure if they can actually execute on towards the A site. They
I
don't
like how the
quite have
Viper's Pit
information.
kind of makes you go like, so will they Will
Will they
we
walk?
flush him into the completely other side, opposite side, or will they try to go into my pit? It's like the 50-50, right? And 50-50 it is. It's a 2-for-2 trade right now. Blade Storm on Alyssa. JC
Oh no!
is gonna take her down though. The Blades whiff, but Rosie is there for the trade. So it's gonna be a 2-for-2 still. There's the res available for Big Scythe, but Gwen is stuck in a corner there. Oh, she actually doesn't check out the snake
Player
bite.
standing.
Swings out. Okay, there. They actually check
30
it, get a hit,
seconds left.
get the wall bang, and Rosie is gonna finish
Attackers
this.
win.
And Aricat Aresta take map number 2. Even things out. 1-1 right now.
A lot more solid with their executes. I mean, that's how they are able to clear out the site. Not to mention Big Scythe. They did not have the best economy. I mean, let's face it. They were losing a couple of rounds over by the second half. Might have won the pistol, but it's just not quite enough to continue on. And you're seeing how Aricat Aresta approached the attacking side on at least Icebox a little bit more differently. I mean, that one snake bite coming in from Rosie to clear out the corner, different things like that really flushed them out of position. I mean, if she didn't clear out that corner, if she did not flush Gwen out of that position, it might have been different.
Yep, and really the utility usage there is really good. And Rosie, this was the Rosie show. Look at the amount of, I mean, it's not about frags, right? But the amount of clutches that she had. She also has 7 frags over the next highest, which is her teammate Yoki. And Rosie really, especially on the defensive side, just locked sides down, was able to get those clutches, and really won this round, this map for her team.
Yeah, I think it has to be said, while we do have these players with their incredible star performances, I mean, Rosie for sure, there were times, I guess, maybe Crollo, Gwen stepping up as well, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, it always comes back to this one problem. We saw it on the previous map, and right now in Icebox as well, the attacking side is looking a little bit lackadaisical.
Yeah, executes, no hard flashes, no skies. I'd even take a breach at this point. But basically, I really feel that the hard flash to flush things out really just helps so much. I mean, breach isn't in a good position right now, but one of the more straightforward agents to flex into if you just need some hard flashes into the side. Or the Reyna really helped here as well. So switching maybe one duelist into the Reyna just for that layer will really help them get into the side, because the attacking side is really what's going to make or break of the maps for the teams in this series, right? The defensive side is pretty much relatively more straightforward for these teams. They know how to play defense, they know how to rotate, they know how to react fast. But what's difficult for them is breaking the defenses.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't have a dedicated hard flasher, it's okay, but you need to be able to take the fights in a safe enough way, because if you just dry peek all the time, you don't quite have the information on where your opponents are holding the angles. You're not going to be able to find the entries. You're not going to be able to gain control over the map, and I think that's what kind of cost them that many rounds on attack, at least for Big Scythe. Still though, over onto the next map, it's going to be Bind. We are at a 1-1 right now in this best of 5. Anyone can still take this away, so you got to keep your eyes peeled. You're not quite sure what's going to happen. I mean, both sides still look, despite this being a 13, I guess 5, I still want to say they're evenly matched in terms of skill. The only thing is, maybe difference in maps and strats, but who knows what Bind's going to look like. That's the next map, so we're going to go for a quick break, allow for the players to rest up a little. But after this, Bind, map number 3. Do not go away, guys. We will be right back.
We'd like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go.
Welcome back, everyone. This is VCT Game Changers Southeast Asia. We are at the FSL overtime right now, and two teams are fighting in a best of 5 to qualify for FSL Elite. Right now, between Aricat, Aresta, and Big Scythe, it's a tie series 1-1. And what we're seeing here is a pretty close 2 games, I'd say. 13-5 on the second map, though, but it still looked quite close. And I'm joined here by Hey, I'm Quack, and we are your caster for this best of 5. Of course, we are going into game number 3 very soon on Bind. But between the two teams, what are your thoughts so far on the games?
I mean, I really think they're actually pretty evenly matched in terms of mechanical skill, because when it comes to getting those frags, when it comes to, I guess, maybe going for executes, uh, oftentimes both sides will actually make even trades, right? When they push in with a proper execute, even when it comes down to the wire, oftentimes it's even trades all throughout. You know, maybe 2-for-1s at some point, and then Rosie's the last one left alive for Aricat Aresta, and you know she does her thing. That's one of those rare moments. But aside from that, yeah, mechanical skill, they're actually not that bad. They're not that far from each other. The only thing is, the attacking side is really, really kind of weak sometimes for both sides, truly. At least that's what we saw in Ascent. Icebox, I think Aricat Aresta had way too many rounds on defense, so
10-2.
Yeah, 10-2. That's really why it went 13-5 at the end of the day. But this is gonna be Bind, and Bind is one of those Bind is one of those maps where you got the teleporter. You can rotate really quickly, so defensive side might just be that much stronger, and I think the team's got to be prepared for that.
Yeah, I just want to talk about why the teams are losing their map picks as well, because you notice that whoever's map pick it is, they actually don't win the map. And the reason for that is, like you mentioned, the attacking side, because the team that doesn't pick the map picks the side, and picking the defensive side has always been so far the winning side. And something that we wanted to see was a hard flash, and that's something that we're seeing right now from Big Side. So I'm excited for the Sky. Crollo is on the Sky right now, and we've seen top fraggers go for the Skies recently for many teams in various VCT leagues. We've seen even Ineri on the Sky herself, and Crollo on the Sky, I think, is going to be really huge for Big Scythe.
Could
Huge.
be. But yeah, they are starting on a defense. So this was Aricat's map pick. We'll see if that pattern does hold true. If Big Scythe actually wins this. But then again, because this is Bind, there is a chance that Aricat Aresta, their Killjoy player, might be able to hold off. I mean, Killjoy plus Sova. They might be able to come up with some interesting post-plant situations. Then again, though, it comes down to the attack, whether or not they can actually gain control, find the opening picks onto the site itself. I mean, we talk a little bit about hard flashes, but it's not 100% necessary if you can actually win these duels. They need to, first of all, I mean, they have the Sova. Sova is not that bad of an agent on Bind. If you can actually get information on where your enemy players are holding, you will be able to go in and take these fights advantageously. But for now, to start things off, Big Scythe want to deny a little bit of that aggression. They come up with a dark cover over by A-Short. They go in for the extra information in towards Hookah right now. And I don't know if Elisa wants to going in for this. She still gets the double kill. Wait, what? Paint Shells plus the headshot onto Gwen.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy right now. The defense seems to be breaking down off of those two big frags. Krolo, however, takes one kill of her own, and right now, still looking doable for the defenders. They've been chipped a bit on the side of Aricat Aresta, so they might still be able to take this retake.
Possible. I'm just waiting for it. Crescent has the paranoia. Just trying to deploy it. It should reach Hookah as well. So if they time this correctly, they can make their way onto site safely. But unfortunately, Chase hasn't been able to connect the shots. Crescent will be able to net one. And we're back into the 3v3. Ruby's coming in, watching the back though. We'll be able to take Krolo down. And right now, it's all up to Crescent in the 1v2. Spots a couple of heads, but has a tough time actually landing the shot onto them. So Rudy's will just be able to close this out for Aricat Aresta right now. And I have to say, man, this was really earned off the back of the Raze plays. I mean, I don't know how that happened. It shouldn't have happened because Big Scythe actually got the information that there was a player blinded towards Hookah.
Yeah, it's aim duels, right? like they blinded her, but they lost the aim duels, and really losing aim duels will hurt for either side. Aricat Aresta though breaking off of the streak where the defenders typically win pistol rounds, and there's the flash as well. They get confirmation, but they're rushing in too fast, a bit too fast. If I have to say, they do make it a 3-for-2 trade, and Aricat Aresta are still up in the lead, but they lost a little bit, too much more than they probably wanted to.
Incredibly confident. And that's just Alyssa starting things off. I mean, she went in for the boom bots, but still this grants control for Aricat Aresta over the A site. They have the information of where Big are trying to approach from though, so still gonna be difficult for Big to actually take this 2v3 retake. They might have picked up the Spectres, but they don't quite have the shields to back them up, so Hisoka trying to go in for this will just drop first. Now Gwen over by U-Haul, gets the information, but yeah, I don't think she has the duel. Tries to go in for a spray, but it's not going to connect at that range. The Spectre becomes the P-shooter, and Rosie will be able to pepper her full of holes. So 2-0, Aricat Aresta standard start.
The Spectre sometimes gives you those juicy double headshots from range, and sometimes it just does almost nothing. And that's really the nature of the Spectre, especially when you go from mid to long range already. It's just a bit too difficult to reliably hit those shots, and that's just how it was. And 2-0 right now for Aricat Aresta, their attacking side. You mentioned it, Alyssa going in decisive and confident really opens the site up for her team. And I think that's really important because as a duelist, that is her job, and she's doing it really well. She's making sure that they at least trade 1-for-1. And that time it was a 3-for-2, and it was really great for the attackers to be able to just get those trades off the back of their opening tracks.
But this time around, though, it's not going to be the same thing. Crescent's already in an elevated position, plus Gwen over by Showers, which they don't quite expect. 2 players down, and it's a 3v5. It's going to be that much more difficult for Aricat Aresta to break into a site now.
Yeah, this is their bonus round, though, so I think they'll be not completely. Actually, Yoki with a Vandal by there. So it's going to be a B execute, or at least they're going to try to go for B anyway. So some utility has already been used. They're starting to inch towards the site.
My ult's
They
not
still have
ready.
40 seconds.
And Krolo is holding on to her Hawk. As soon as she hears something, you know that thing's coming out. Turret getting deployed, and this just confirms the hit
30
over on
seconds
B.
left.
Camera in place as well. And Hawk does kill for the flash. And there's the connection from Krolo. Instant kills, perfect setup as well. I mean, if Krolo didn't get it, Hisoka certainly would because she was positioned over by Elbow. And that's Big Scythe doing their big setup.
That is a great hold as well. The Cypher Cam is the one that makes contact first. You play into the flash, and both the Cypher plus the Sky get to peek out. And this defense is just a bit too strong for the B side because, like I mentioned, Aricat Aresta don't have flashes of their own. So they're going to be met with a strong flash coming in, and they're going to need to really smartly position their smokes to get into the side or to be able to execute onto B. They have to be able to take one of these players out because 2 of them together, just a bit too strong.
Okay. Wanted to shoot that recon, but was I guess, pulling out her weapon. Still, though, Trailblazer will be able to get some information, but that is the go signal from Aricat Aresta. They want to take this off the information they got from the Owl drone. Hisoka tried to go in for the spray conversion, but unfortunately Noxie's just a little bit faster. Right now, control has been granted over to Aricat Aresta. I mean, look at how they're using the utility to prevent Big from pushing outside from spawn. Another Nano Storm right now. Waiting for Yeoman to put up a smoke. Still, though, it's going to be Chase U who makes it a bit of a trade. Noxie will drop, and we're into the 2v3 retake.
And that's exactly what they needed. The dart from the Owl drone really detecting the sky in Octagon. Being able to get the killer through this smoke really helped them a lot. Chase U 1-for-1 trade.
Enemy remaining.
And actually makes it a 1v1 right now. She gets his kill. No fake Rudy's denies her. Chase U though showing up big. They're making it expensive for Aricat Aresta, but it's gonna be a reset for Big Scythe.
That was almost a magnificent clutch from Chase U, but in the final moment up against Rudy's in that basically 90-degree angle, she couldn't get the flick. It was like an inch off from Rudy's head, so it's one of those days. It comes close to it, but it's just not quite enough. So 1-3 now, and Aricat Aresta, they have the advantage. They have this momentum that they're starting to build up on. Still though, Big Scythe this time around, they will have the full buys and they will be able to do something. I mean, the way that they're setting up over on B this time, it's completely different from what we saw earlier on.
Yeah, if they can slowly inch in and look, this Owl drone is doing a lot of work for them. Finding those trap wires is really important because if you trip them all, then it's a lot easier to get into the site. But for the side of Big Scythe, if they shuffle these wires around, it might be really good because look at this wire right now. Like that wire is so close to the ground that they might just accidentally run into it, but it's gonna be a teleporter play. You mentioned teleporters on bind being able to rotate quickly enough. The attackers were actually planning on go on A, and that B was just a fake. Gwen, however, takes Alyssa down, and there's a Hunter's Fury from Chase U taking fake Rudy's down as well. The attackers are having a difficult time getting to this site, but they do commit the lockdown as well. 2v4 right now. And Omen gets topped up too, so for Big Scythe, they're all healthy. It's a 4v2 right now, and they can't even get the spike down. Yoki though takes Chase U down, and the spike is gonna go down right now. 3 members of Big Scythe scrambling on the defense there, all coming from the defender spawn.
Okay, off that one kill, they feel a little bit safer, but here's the thing. Lockdown is only gonna buy that much time. Yoki with the Hunter's Fury will be able to buy a little bit more, but it is still a 2v3. If Rosie dies right now, I don't see how Yoki will be able to hold this. She makes it a good trade, so we're back into the 1v2. Another kill for Yoki. She has to take Hisoka down, but she will be able to get it. The headshot plus the burst allows her to clutch this 4-1. And Aricat Aresta are going non-stop.
They're really strong on this attacking side right now. We started seeing flashes of it on Icebox, right? On the attacking side, they had a little bit of flashes of being able to take that site. And they don't have the hard flash, but they're able to get the executes. Like you mentioned, you don't need the hard flash if you can get those trades. And they are playing like a unit right now. They are getting those trades left and right. And Aricat Aresta are starting to look so much better on this attacking side right now.
I mean, yeah, with teleporter plays as well. It's just that much more difficult for Big Scythe, and Big Scythe, I think they want to take these duels. Chase U, a little bit of a bait and switch. At first they thought it was Gwen, but they did not expect Chase U to be holding the pixel angle. Still, it seems like they're adamant on the A hit. There are a couple of dark covers over on the side itself, but they need to be careful because those things are not solid. It allows a big Gwen to come in from the other side. Our teammates will be able to come with a couple more kills. Back to 3v3, but at the end of the day, not enough firepower, and Aricat Aresta are in a prime position to take this round away. The main thing is still, though, the damage has been done to Aricat's economy. Down into the 1v2, and Prolo with a classic. I don't think she's going to be able to get much, but she's banged Rudy's up to... Wait, what? Runs out of ammo, picks us over to the Venla, and she just picked up. Gets the headshot on the Yoki and the kill, and has time for the defuse. What is this magic from Prolo?
That was not supposed to happen. Number one,
Now
the
there's some
Omen was
serenity.
in an extended fight against Krollo. Yoki should have peeked right then and there, helped her teammate out. Instead, Krollo was able to pull out the gun due to the whiff from the Omen. No, she had to reload. Fake Rudy's whiffs a bit here. Doesn't have enough bullets in the chamber. Has to reload. Gets headshot from the weapon switch. Krollo, quick switch onto the Phantom. Quick thinking there. Gets the dink and the body shot for the clutch. And Big Scythe stealed that round from Aricat Aresta.
That hurts. That hurts. Rudy's unfortunately was not able to pick up the kill despite Krollo being on the classic alone. But whatever it is, on to the next round. They're using the Elo drone to allow Crescents to walk
more
in
charges
towards the
left.
teleporter. So ARC, they have to be careful about this because they won't know who's on the other side. And Ahsoka right now gets the extra information because of the tripwire, but Crescent's coming out now. I don't know. We see Rudy's turning around, but she will not be able to collect on the kill as well. So a bit of a trade on both sides, but main thing is hookah control has been passed over onto Crescents, and now Chase U coming in from spawn. They might have control over the side. They might be able to get the spike down, but they have to watch out for this. The Phantom Spray comes through, and she's going to be able to get one more. Showstopper coming in from Alyssa, though. She has to know that there is a player in hookah. Still watching, just making use of the Showstopper to buy a little bit more time. It burns away. And now back into the 2v2. Crescent just trying to make a little bit of noise. Maybe bait out a peek, and there it comes. Chase U will be able to take that one, though. And now back into this peekaboo duel between the both players. Paint Shell's coming in as well. It connects on the Chase U. She backs off in time, and she will be able to stay alive long enough for the defuse.
Yeah, that was a really smart play. The Owl drone from A to open the doors and then have Omen run into the teleporter, or at least have anyone run into a teleporter there. I don't think they expected that from the side of Aricat Aresta. And Big Scythe, off of that tilter of a round because of Krollo, are starting to string rounds together.
It really hurts your confidence. And I feel the same way. Like, once you miss a kill that you know you should have gotten back in that 1v2, it just stings, and now you're just not as sure if you can actually win duels. So Aricat Aresta, we're seeing how this affects them. They're playing a lot more slow than they used to. In fact, they need to be careful because now they might be a little bit more paranoid about the teleporter plays. The Owl drones coming out of showers right now even.
Bomb buddy out.
Yeah, they're this is used to call this the GXR special, double bats push. They don't have a Sage though. So they're just gonna take an ultimate orb. I mean, it's still an economy, right? Ultimate orbs. Sometimes
Yes.
that ultimate can swing around. So being able to take those orbs is really important. For Big Scythe, they have 4 ultimates up right now. Only no neural theft on the Cypher, all the way onto the B side. Has a camera though. Spots went out. I think misses the dart there, so the camera gets taken out. They know it's gonna be a B execute. There's the flashes coming out. Another flash from Krollo. The paranoia though is gonna discourage her from peeking. There's a Hunter's Fury getting used as well. She takes one out before getting treated by Noxie. And here's the Showstopper getting denied. Rosie with a headshot onto the Showstopper. Alyssa taking Hisoka down as well. Now down to 2v3. Crescent sprays through the wall. Actually takes Rosie down once she saw that turret. Knows where to shoot the wall bang, but Yoki with his flank whiffs her shots.
One enemy remaining.
And Alyssa takes Crescents down. Yoki gets taken down though. That whiff has to hurt. It's a 1v1 right now, and Alyssa is low. That dart is going to be used. She's actually lurking all the way around elbow. I think she might be able to get the jump onto Chase U at this point.
Time. She can play time. And it's up to Chase U to actually take the spike away, but now she's just sticking with defuse. Here's the footsteps, gets off a little bit too late, and Alyssa will just be able to collect this for a team. Very close. A couple of just these minor things. I don't know if I should call them minor. Aricat Aresta are starting to drop some frags, like miss some sprays that you know they should be getting.
Yeah, it just looks like a little bit of sloppiness on the aim, on the holes, on the angles, but they still look quite sharp on the attacking side. I mean, it didn't feel like their attacking side on
Get out of
Ascent,
my
where
way.
it just looked really frustrating because they couldn't get into any side at all. They're still able to get into the sites, the post plants. They just need to take care of their positioning and making sure that they really clear the sites and watch their angles properly.
But now that they are on nothing but upgraded pistols, I think this is a kind of a giveaway at this point. I mean, a bit of an aggressive control hold over Hookah. They got, I guess, some information, but what they did not know is that the actual push was coming onto A. Teleporters coming in as well, and now they know, but I think it's a little bit all too late. 5v5 retake when you have pistols? Nah, that's way too tough.
There's the post plant situation. Yoki with a double kill onto the two flankers. Noxy with her Blade Storm gets two quick headshots as well, and now it's down to Crescent with a classic. Gets cleaned up by Alyssa. Great round from Aricat Aresta. They're only needing to commit Blade Storm on the Jet 2, so she can buy a gun this time around, and that was an anti-eco. So Aricat Aresta really getting out of the anti-eco without any losses is really good for them.
Extremely great start. I mean, this is only the first half, but they've already secured the 6 wins. And that just means that moving on into the second half, they're going to be really, really comfortable. The only thing is, what's going wrong with Big Scythe's defense? That might have been an eco, but the previous rounds as well. They made it pretty costly. But I think they've kind of been repeatedly granting control, giving up control over Hookah to Aricat Aresta. In fact, the way they're playing over B is just really, really far back. Yoki right now, Hunter's Rear being deployed, will be able to connect out to one, but Octagon is being held down by Chase U, and that's just a tough one to deal with. Tough not to crack for sure, but they have the option to rotate. This is bind after all.
Yeah, they can still use the teleporters to go into the A side, but Yoki with the shock dart takes Chase U down. That's a... Alright, teleporter play right now. That shock dart was really great, and they only have one defender on the A side right now. Big Scythe have been rotating their players, that's why this guy is on the A side. Krollo takes the turret down, uses the flash. Action flashes Yoki, but they get traded real quickly. 2 for 2 right now. Crescents though, coming up big. Rudy's is gonna get the teleport, try to step in. Oh, throws down the smoke. Gets caught casting utilities. So Crescent's 1v1 situation right now. Alyssa yet again put in another clutch situation. She knows where the spike is though. Crescent's so she's trying a big brain play here, going to bats, going all the way around.
Let Alyssa get the spike down? I mean, she has to plan on A. There's not enough
10
time
seconds
anymore. If she actually gets the spike down and she gets to retreat into a safer position, that's going to be the worst thing in the world for ARC right now, but she's planting out in the open, and that just gives Crescents a free kill. Fourth
That's
in the
some
round.
Big brain plays from Crescents. Knew the timing. It didn't even look back. The fact that she knew what she wanted to do and just went for it. She went for the walk all the way around. She went the whole loop without running, except the last part where she just ran and shot out Alyssa there. But she knew what she was doing there. She knew the timing.
I think Alyssa was thinking that Crescents was somewhere back around spawn or heaven, and that's why she planted in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to trust an instinct or trust a call and go for the 50-50 rather than try to look at every angle, because the more decisive you are, the faster it actually is to get the spike down. And if she got the spike down on that first try, she stopped the spike plant, by the way. Like,
yeah.
she tried to plant and baited out, right? If she planted it all the way, of course she didn't have enough information. But if she went for a safer plant, I think she might have gotten that clutch.
Whatever it is, Big Scythe starting to mount a little bit of a comeback. This is a 4-6 right now, but Alyssa just looks to blow this open. Unfortunately, Showstopper will not be able to shoot out any rockets. Chase U denies that completely, picks up a triple in this round. And Rosie, the lone survivor, separated from her team all the way on the A site, does not have the spike with her. You can see the cones of vision as well. They're certainly considering that Rosie might be wrapping around from spawn.
Yeah, you mentioned the comeback, and it's definitely happening. Big Scythe, they still have 4 players, so even though did it? No, it just fizzled out. So they don't get the information. But even if she can take one down here, which she doesn't, There's too many players to take care of.
Yeah. It's really, really
Last
tough,
round
but
in the half.
this is where Aricat Aresta start to falter a little. I mean, I'm not sure. They were trying to make the push happen over by B, but it just got shut down. You know, they had the information from the Cypher. You have someone like Krolo who's able to stop them if they try to rush because of the flashes as well. Wait, did I just see Krolo getting boosted up into a spot? She did.
How?
Outside of showers.
How? I didn't know you could do that.
It's a kind of like technique they can do. Like normally you would slide off the head, right? But if you had some kind of object to stop you from sliding off, I think there was some way. Someone posted something on Twitter and Reddit somewhere, but it's a little bit old now. Regardless, whatever it is, this is very interesting. And Aricat Aresta, although they do have
My
control
ult's
over
not
hookah
ready.
pretty much repeatedly, it's still a little bit tough. And right now, they try to make their way into A, and they will be able to get it. Noxy getting the instant kill on the Krolo, even with the boosted up position, does not escape the clutches of Noxy with a cross. Still though, Crescent's coming in over from
Spike
U-Haul.
down
Will
A.
be able to take 2 down before dropping to Elisa. 3v3 situation. And this fight,
Spike
even though it
planted.
gets planted, might just create a little bit of chaos. Gwen with the paint shells into U behind the truck, but now into U-Haul. Oh, she's going in for this. Has her teammate backing her up as well.
Last
Takes
player
down 2
standing.
players. Back into the 1v1. Yoki, last one left alive. Knows where Gwen is thanks to the call from her teammates. Watches the
Standing
angle
ahead.
and takes her down.
Switching
7-5
sides.
at the end of the first half. It just proves again that both sides, you know, you might have some strong leads at some points, but it's still proven that they're actually pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, they are really closely matched, and Aricat Aresta though, I think first time that one of the teams actually come up with the lead from the attacking side. So even though it looked shaky in the middle rounds, I mean they had 2 rounds of a tilter, right? There was Yoki whiffing those shots, although they won that round, and there was that 2v1 as well with Krolo getting the clutch 1v2. I think that Aricat Aresta though still look like they have the slight edge on this map. This is your map pick after all, and being able to win on your map pick is really important. And Aricat Aresta, getting 7 on the attacking side, they might just be able to take this because they are better on defense. And if they come up with an advantage from the attacking side, I think it's just gonna look better for them.
They might. I have to say, Alyssa as well as Noxy have been really instrumental in Aricat's offenses, the way they go in for those entries. I mean, Alyssa getting control, as a raise, getting control over Hookah is really, really strong, and sometimes even blast packing onto site itself. Noxy, on the other hand, with the dashes, with the cloud burst, she knows exactly what she's doing. In that previous round alone, getting on towards the elevated position on top of truck, pretty much, I guess, kind of allowed her to get the kill onto Krolo, because Krolo's crosshair, she did not quite know like how to position it accurately. You have to get a really accurate flick onto this position that your crosshair isn't very used to being placed upon. So it's really impressive to see this stuff, but now that they're on the defensive side, let's see if they can repeat the same wins.
And Noxy with the opening sheriff. This is a confident start for her. Gets the headshot on to chase you. Confident start indeed, and that opening frag.
Sheriff, dude.
This is the way. This is the Forsaken way. Forsaken arts.
The way
Yes.
holds the angle, and that's one of those things that's really scary. This is how, I mean, this is how you want to place your crosshairs. Every single one of these players on both sides just have that lockdown. Fundamentals of playing a tactical FPS like Valorant, but still, whatever it is, Big Scythe changing things up a little. They've slowed down the pace a lot. In fact, making the silent advances in towards B. Not so silent anymore though because of the alarm bot, and now they're going to be met with a bit of resistance. Paint shells over in Hookah, And Gwen wants to push in outside of Octagon. Tries to connect the sprays with a frenzy, but will not be able to do so because Alyssa's just
One
dancing
enemy
back
remaining.
and forth right now. Krolo, though, still able to connect shots with her
30
ghost.
seconds left.
Gets the 4th headshot. Last one is going to be Rudy's. Knows that she's probably coming in from spawn, but kind of second guessing herself a little. 15 seconds remaining, and she needs to get the spike down. If she gets this, it's going to be the ace clutch, I guess.
10 seconds
Ask for
left.
the collect, and she's sticking it outside of spawn, thinking that Rudy's went in from elbow. Unfortunately, drops.
This
And
is-
there it is, vengeance.
What? That is absolutely great plays by Rudy's, by the way. I'm just gonna mention the fact that she didn't go into the site after throwing out her paranoia is really smart, because she knows that the moment the spike goes down, that's when she can go in. That's when
That's the true
she just
paranoia.
keeps Krolo guessing. And you could see the hesitation from Krolo, right? Is she gonna come out from elbow? Is she gonna come out from
Truly
octagon?
paranoid.
I'm gonna hide into the... Yes, exactly. She was extremely paranoid, and that was such great patience from her. Finally, only
Bio's
peeking
not
out
ready.
on that last plant where she couldn't plant anymore after that. You know what I mean? Like, she couldn't fake it, so she had to stick it there. And she just gets taken out. An amazing play there. Unfortunately for Krolo, that was gonna be her clutch ace if she actually got Rudy's there.
Mind games, dude. Right now, Noxie just really banking on her accuracy. Unfortunately, does not connect the shot onto her crescents. Has to back off, but still trying to contest showers. But the main forces from Big Scythe seemingly heading towards B for now.
Yeah, and Yoki takes one straggler down onto A cubby as well. Right now, it looks like to be a B execute. That turret is gonna spot them. They were almost ready to rotate out on the side of Aricat Aresta. Alyssa was already moving away, but that turret spots them, and they know it's gonna be a B execute. Rosie takes one down, takes two,
Spike
eats a
down
right
B.
click from Krolo though, and now it's a 2v2. She does get a Spectre. Alyssa is still here,
enemy remaining.
gonna take Chase You down with that spray, able to connect that Spectre spray from range. Krolo alone on the map right now. All the utilities coming in. She takes one down, gets a reload, tag down to 4, and Alyssa is gonna finish her off.
And that's one of those moments you're stuck in a can and you know that they're coming. You know you're probably dead. You want to take as many players down as you can with you, but yeah, they weren't gonna give it to her. It's
Yep.
I mean, the sun goes down and they're really starting to get a little bit more paranoid in those 1vx situations. Krolo, as sharp as she might be, they still need that little bit of confidence, right? It's mind games, it's the mental aspect of competing in an esport.
Bomb out.
And coming over onto attack right now, I mean, they have the buys. They need this round.
Yeah, stuck in tube is like a fish in a barrel or sardine in a tin kind of situation. Just being able to get that kill,
I've got your
at least a
trail.
few kills, was her best option.
Listen up.
My God, though. Seekers, Gwen just going on a non-stop killing spree right now. She does get shut down, so it's not non-stop anymore. 2v3 as ARC tries to stop the spike from getting planted. Krolo, though, just takes the teleporter, brings it all the way over onto the side, but I don't know if that was the best decision because her two teammates just dropped dead. Here's the teleporter, though. Holds the angle, but will not be able to collect on the kill.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, I think that her teammates maybe peaked a bit too early, and basically it was 2v2 and then a 2v1, right? Instead of a 3v2. Like, they split their forces there. I think it wasn't the smartest decision, and Aricat Aresta punished that. This is the 3rd round in a row for them as well. That was their bonus round, and that's 2 free upgrades for Aricat Aresta.
Very painful. I mean, not to mention Alyssa with her showstopper right now. That's just one of the biggest things, right? But 10-5. Oh, Rosie has her lockdown too. 10-5, and this is where Aricat Aresta are really starting to string rounds together. I mean, this is already a perfect 3-0 start at the second half. At this point, if you don't start stringing rounds together at a 5-10, it could really go sideways. I mean, 3 more rounds is all Aricat needs, and right now Noxie with the operator as well, locking down A short. Unless she's really blinded, I mean, she can still dash away. It's gonna be tough as nails for Big Scythe to gain the entry onto the A site.
Going for the greedy repeat.
Whoa,
Does
whoa,
not
whoa, whoa.
connect the shot. Really feeling confident here. A bit too confident, if I would say. But Noxy is able to retreat to safety. There are 4 members on Aricat Aresta on that A side already. Lone Killjoy anchoring the B side, and they can defend this if they can just make those kills. Okay, fake Rudy's from the tag gets a kill. Noxy and Alyssa get one apiece as well. The spike cannot go down yet, and they just get shot down. Chasey though was chasing Alyssa, gets that headshot, is able to tuck herself into lamps right now with a Vandal.
This is very, very precarious. Noxy's watching the angle, picks up the triple for herself in this round. And yeah, they might not have had the best buys coming into the round, but it still tried to make it costly. I mean, the utility did push Noxy away from her initial position, but the main thing is still the attacking side. It needs to be a lot stronger. They need to find a more concrete way of gaining control over sites. I mean, if they're not able to find the opening picks, how can they still push in? It's not safe.
Yeah, it just looks very difficult for them. Like they can't flush the Opera out, for example. They do have the flash, though. They need to use these utilities to get Noxy to make sure that they punish her. There's the flash, there's the cam, there's the darts. This is exactly what they need, but they also need to move forward. Otherwise, this op just stays her position, and Noxy gets starting to get pushed out slowly, ever so slowly. But they're starting to run out of utilities here. There's the Nano Storm coming out. This encourages to push it a little bit, and Noxy is going to be able to get that kill. They're just not fast enough right now.
Still though, I don't know how, but Gwen has managed to sneak her way into spawn, get shot from the back because of Alyssa. The lockdown coming in from the defensive side did not help them at all. So Noxy is just going to retake every single thing because she's feeling herself. She's on fire, and the Elder Flame is on her side as well. Hisoka's the only one remaining. And hiding over by Octagon. She's gonna wait for her smoke to dissipate. Spots will help Rosie, but it just is bait for Noxy to peek up and collect the fourth, the quadra kill. Match point right now for Aricat Aresta, and I don't see how Big Scythe can come back from this.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's just Noxy now with the operator. They haven't found an answer to that. They're able to push her little by little, but not enough. Typically, with enough utility, you can flush out all the way to where an op becomes almost useless, right? You don't want that op to get that one kill, and it's looking difficult because look at this: 4 Spectres and a Phantom on Big Scythe, and there's a showstopper getting used. Nobody on A though, but this is a lot of information for Aricat Aresta. They know that it's gonna be a B take, and she's gonna get caught though, not able to shoot the rocket, and Gwen swings out, takes down Alyssa. A little bit greedy there for the side of Aricat Aresta, but still a 4v5. They still have the better guns. Yoki with a Vandal right now gets Crescent, gets taken down by the shock dart. The Rosie goes for another trade. There's a showstopper being used from Gwen, but there's actually no one on defender spawn. Noxy with the Blade Storm cannot use her op right now because it's a bit too fast. Uses the 5 blades, does not take anyone down though. Has to resort to the op yet again. 2v1 right now, and they're actually on hookah. Switches to the Sheriff.
Wait, what? Close range Sheriff?
Decision making. Alright, Rudy's gets the trade though. 2v1 right now, and it's gonna be difficult for her. Has to jump down. Takes one, takes 2. Fake Rudy's with a clutch, with the connection, spray transfer, double headshot for her, and secures the round for Aricat Aresta. 2-1.
That's a flick and a half. And the sprays from the Phantom too. So easy conversion for this girl. And she closes this map out for her team. It was 13-5 on Icebox, if I'm not wrong. 13-5 again on Bind. They're looking really good.
Yeah, they look really good right now, and their attacking side again. Once they polish it, once they get the flow going, and like I guess they were just warming up that first map, right? But once they actually got that down, once the duelists were going in and getting those kills, look at Noxy, look at Alyssa. Top of the scoreboard, not to mention Rosie as well. The top of Icebox on that Viper, but also held her own on the defensive side here. Rosie coming up with those kills, and every single member of Aricat Aresta really pulling out the stops here. 13-5 right now, and Aricat Aresta looked like a very different team from that game 1.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's so unfortunate. I think it has to be said there were so many rounds where Crollo from Big Scythe was almost able to bring a couple rounds back to her team. Unfortunately, it just slips away at the very final second. So they're the very final kills, and she's just not able to close it out for whatever reason. And it really is, I think, starting to affect the morale of the Big Scythe team. It's very unfortunate, but I mean, this is where they're fighting for their tournament lives now. I mean, it's not just tournament lives, but their spot in towards the FSL Elite, because if they don't win this, I think, because they're still in the upper brackets, they have one more tournament life. Yeah, they have one more tournament life. They get to go into the lower bracket, but there are way more teams there, and it's not going to be an easy journey at all. So they need all the support they can get.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing about Aricat Aresta, we mentioned they're number 4 on circuit points, so they're definitely not a team to snooze on, and they're really showing why they're the number 4 team on circuit. But we're going to game number 4 after a short break, 2-1 right now in favor of Aricat Aresta against Big Scythe. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go.
And welcome back, folks. It is the VCT Game Changer Southeast Asia FSL Valorant Open Circuit. Well, we're in towards overtime now, and we just had the past 3 maps. It was a 2-1, and right now in the lead, it's going to be Aricat Aresta over Big Scythe. 13-5 on Icebox, and then a 13-5 on Bind as well. Things are not boding too well for Big Scythe, and hopefully they can break this curse, because the next map, it is going to be split. It is their map pick after all, but we are your casters to bring you through all this action. Hey, I'm Quack, and alongside me is Key. What do you think? What do you think Split's going to be like?
Honestly, judging from the attacking side from Big Scythe, I just think it's so difficult for them to get anything on attack, and attacking on split is even more difficult. So I wish they chose Breeze instead, where they could at least maybe resort to aim duels instead over and over again. But on split, you're facing Aricat Aresta on defense, and one of the most notoriously defensive-sided map in Valorant, and I think it's just gonna be difficult. So if Big Scythe, maybe if they have something in store, I mean, you just need a few strategies, right, to be able to get into the site, or maybe be able to take mid control. But I don't see Big Scythe being able to take this, because their attacking side really leaves a bit much to be desired. They're not decisive enough, and Aricat Aresta, they starting to look better and better after every game. All right, like game 3, they look game 3 and game 2 were 13-5, and even though game 2 we said it looked closer than the scoreline showed, game 3 it was a bit different. Game 3 it really looked like they were in control. They had a few rounds stolen for them from Big Scythe, but other than that, Aricat Aresta were a lot cleaner. Even on the attacking side, 75, and then defensive side, it was just a clean sweep from them.
Truly clean. I mean, you got players like Noxy and Elissa just really going in for those entries. They're actually able to get them, first of all. And then second of all, on the defensive side, when you got players like Rosie, had all those different setups that they've got, it became a lot tougher for Big Scythe, who, again, on the attacking side, just not as strong for whatever reason. It became a lot tougher. I mean, they were just able to close that out 13-5. But next map, I think I wear my expressions on my face. You can see that I'm kind of nervous. I'm kind of scared for Big Scythe right now, because, again, just to remind everyone, this is a best of 5, and we are in the upper bracket semifinals right now. There's not going to be a grand final, because all we're looking for in this open overtime are the top 3 teams, because those are the ones who get to qualify for FSL Elite, the biggest FSL tournament at the end of October, with a 25,000 US dollar prize pool. So if Big Scythe loses on this, they lose their chance. I mean, they're not out of the tournament, but they will be sent into the lower brackets, where there are just so many more teams that they have to deal with just to fight for that chance again to qualify for FSL Elite. So Aricat Aresta right now really on the cusp of getting that slot. Still though, it is going to be it's going to be split, and because this is Big Scythe's map pick, they will not be able to choose the site that they want to start on. And Aricat Aresta, of course, they're going to pick defense. So Big Scythe on the attack. Hopefully this time it can be different, but let's see what happens, Key.
Yeah, this time around, it's actually Noxy on this guy. So Aricat Aresta are the ones pulling out a hard flash, and I like this from Big. There's the Reyna coming out, and I really think that Lear with the paranoia is going to help them get into the sites. But if you're going attack and you're Big Scythe, you really need those tools to get in. I feel like this may not be enough if they're going to go for the double sentinel, and they are going for the Sage plus the Killjoy, which is amazing on
Choose your
defense.
agent.
But on attack, I really hope that they can make this lineup work, because otherwise, Aricat and Aresta are just gonna run away with this game.
I certainly hope so, but I do think that this might be a little bit different. So just a little bit of context for those folks watching at home. This is not the first time that Aricat, Aresta, and Big Scythe have played together against each other before. The last time they did this was on Open 6, just last week, actually. They played in the quarterfinals, the very first rounds. And in that best of 3, the second map, Aricat Aresta actually won 13-4 on this very map itself. But the only thing is, even though Big Scythe also started on the attack on that map, and then they only won 4 rounds, they actually had a different Asian composition. Cece, or I guess right now it's Hisoka, she was on an Astra. This time it's Crescent's on the Omen, so maybe they're a little bit more comfortable with this setup. Maybe Crescent's prefers to be the controller player, and then the rest of the team can do their thing and play around that. Might be different this time, but then again, we're just gonna have to see how this plays out.
Turn out.
Here we're gonna see which team can actually sneak away the win here. But again, this is split, right? One of the most unforgiving maps if your attacking side is not sharp. Like, you just need to be able to get those opening frags. You need to be able to pry your way into the site because it's just so difficult to get in.
It is true,
Blinded.
but to start things off, just a little bit of information gathering from Aricat Aresta right now. The Hawk goes out over onto mid. Does get some information, but the main forces are coming over onto A ramps, and right now the pink shells might be deployed, but it's not going to connect onto that many players. Gwen does do a little bit of damage, but Chloe's there to back her up, and they're just going in for the frags. What is this? They push in towards Vents. They're getting more kills, and Crescent takes out 2, down to 5 HP though, and they are still going non-stop, just pressing W. Might be able to get their way onto the B site, but do they know that there are players coming in back against them up from heaven? I think they do, because they hear the safety will be broken down, but how long can they stay alive for? Krullo is down to 5 HP, I gotta remind you. Well,
Yeah.
Crescents.
5 HP, no Sage heal yet, but Hisoka takes Rosie down. Quick headshot there. Rudy's has to get the first kill off first, but she only does have a classic here. Might be difficult, but maybe a right click will help. Alright, takes Hisoka down, gets caught healing, but Crescent is there. Got topped up there from the heal, 65 HP now, and she gets headshot from the frenzy.
65 HP is very nice, but at that range, I think you would still maybe go down to a right click. But the main thing is, I guess the final player from ARC was looking the wrong way, so this sudden, just non-stop aggression from Big Scythe, I mean, you saw the way they went in. I would have thought that you push in towards A ramps, you would just go for the A site plant, but they just kept going. I mean, in towards Fence, in towards B heaven, in towards B, and they just kept going. So now that they are going in with this really, really crazy aggression with the Spectres, they could do the same thing.
Yeah, if they can get into the site without any casualties. Right now, Aricat, of course, on the eco. They can still make this expensive for Big Scythe. Yeah, and there we go. There's the first kill on to chase you. That frenzy, she's gonna get punished for lurking at mid. And Krolo is gonna take Alyssa down though. The Spectres, of course, the better guns here, but of course, don't underestimate pistols because they can do a lot of damage, and they do chip down Crescents there. But Big Scythe are going to take the spike down.
Hisoka has her heal available as well, and this wall just allows for Gwen to get some extra information, but they gotta watch out for Noxy coming in from ramps. Oh my god, that's a triple for this girl. Takes down 3 players and turns this into 1v2. Hisoka stuck in this situation. Even though she might have the guns, how does she take this fight? She hears them right underneath her, but she knows she needs to isolate the duels because 2 pistols right into your face is still very deadly. So as soon as she hears the tap, comes out of the smoke for that one peek, takes Rudy's down, and now she has the advantage. Yoki might try to stick this, but it's not gonna be enough. It's planted in an exposed position, and Hisoka collects on her kill. 2-0 is a very nice start for Big Scythe.
Yeah, that was a gigantic misplay from Aricat because they needed to be both on the side there when one is diffusing. But the Sage was actually standing inside the smoke.
Need a drop.
And I think that's
Thank
just a
you.
mistake because you need to be there for the trade, right? You don't have the guns to actually fight this 1v1. And if she was gonna stick it, if the Omen was gonna stick the defuse, someone needs to be there for the refrag. And they didn't play that that well. Someone was waiting in the smoke instead. I think that if they just played off each other, they could have gotten that round.
Yeah, perhaps, but I guess sometimes your nerve just comes in when the spike starts ticking away. Still, though, now that they have, well, Big Scythe actually upgraded their weapons because a couple of players were, I guess, murdered.
Four
but
members. Yeah. Murdered.
now- oh yeah, yeah, 4 members. That's right. Still, though, full buys on ARC's side as well. They know there's a bit of presence in towards mail room, so they're watching the angle. But Hisoka actually, well, not Hisoka, the Sage player from ARC backing off a little bit early. No walls available as well, and I don't know. This kind of gives Big Scythe a lot of options. I mean, they can push up and outside of ropes in towards A heaven. They could just aggress into B main, and that's certainly what they're trying to do right now. But with a bit of a crossfire, if ARC can actually just stay patient and hiding from B main, allow them to walk in, it would be the perfect crossfire setup. But unfortunately, a player dropped too early. Yoki was able to take down a couple
30
more
seconds left.
as they tried to make their way in, but I think numbers advantage, of course, still granted over on the Big Side. Hisoka right now with the res onto Krollo is just even better. One player remaining on the side of ARC, and that's Alyssa coming in from spawn. They see this. It's all too clear. So, perfect start for Big Side. 2 rounds plus the bonus.
Yeah, they get the bonus. They get to upgrade whoever didn't get to upgrade in the bonus. 3-0, great start on the attacking side. And Aricat Aresta not finding the stops that I expected them to get here.
I have to agree. It's very different from what we saw from the last map, not to mention the last time that they actually played. I gotta remind everyone that it was a 13-4 the last time that these two teams played against each other. And in that map, in that 13-4, Big Scythe won the first 2 rounds, but then they lost heavily after those 2 initial wins. There was a 10-2 at the end of the first half. This time around, it's shaping up to be extremely different. Still, though, for now, it's been stopped, the aggression coming into the main. But regardless, just a bit of a hold, and Crescents will be able to take Yoki down. Off of this, they have mid control. They have the option to push into so many different spots. But take a look at your mini-map. Killjoy pushing in towards sewers right now just gives them a lot of information. But despite the information, I don't think ARC will be able to do all that much. But I say that, Rudy's just chase you down. They might be able to pick up the rifle.
Yeah, they're going into the side using these rifles to get in though. Noxy gets taken out by Big Crescents 4v2 right now, but Rudy's the rifle that you mentioned is going to make it difficult for them. Krollo gets taken down, but Rosie is alone here with a frenzy. Creeps around the wall, does not check rafters in time. Crescents takes her down and clean 4-0 start for Big Scythe.
4-0, I guess to be expected after the 3-0 because of the economy. But now this is where Aricat Aresta needs to stand their ground. I mean, if they don't want to turn this into an 0-5, that's just going to crumple their economy even further. They might have a nice little round loss bonus right now, but I don't know how long how good that's going to last for. Full buys this time, and they need to make it count. Different setups as well. I mean, they got the Killjoy watching B alone. This time it's going to be an 8 hit, and they are certainly aware of this, but the paint shells will only stave off the aggression for a couple more seconds. Alyssa, though, who bought in towards it, it does go off, but unfortunately doesn't do all that much damage. Trades happening right now with the firefight over by Rams, and Big Scythe are still adamant on pushing past this, but with all that utility, it's just an easy spray through this little valley of death for Aricat Aresta. So they pick up the 1 round, 1-4.
Yeah, just the break that they need and being able to get that defensive stop. This game is all about confidence as well, right? So if they go deeper into that hole, even though it's a 0-6 and they come back to a 6-6, being able to stop this streak from Big Scythe is really important. But Big Scythe, of course, is going 0-4, has a big economy in their backs, able to full buy again this round.
Bomb buddy out.
And that's the thing that Aricat Aresta has to watch out for. They know that Big Scythe has everything they need at their disposal, not to mention possible ultimates being built up as well. So, this juncture, presence no towards mid, and Yoki wants to maybe stop it for a second. Jumping back up and forth from her wall, she might just be able to use this elevated position to find a pick before falling back completely.
Yeah, Noxie is there as well to kind of spot if they want to go to heaven. She does have the Seekers as well though, so she might want to use it. Not too sure. There's some shots going onto that wall, I believe. There is an opening already in one of the panels. Crescent is there. Oh, gets the transfer onto Rosie. It's a headshot. Crescent's down to 6 HP. And it looks like they are still going to B. Alyssa though takes Crollo down. The spike is all the way onto B. Noxie gets one of her own as well. So now it's a 4v3. I think they should sense that something is up. There's no one actually going in on A.
Wait, what the heck?
What?
They sense that something is up. The
30
lockdown was
seconds
deployed
left.
towards B, but look at what the Killjoy player from Big Scythe is doing. Rotating back towards mid and in towards A. The Seekers might have just given it up. The jig is up, and Aricat Aresta have a good chance at stopping the plant from coming in. You only got 15 seconds left, and they're still stuck over by heaven.
Last player
Spike getting dropped
standing.
as well right now, and all that's left is none other than Hisoka. Coming back around from screen. There's nothing much that she can do at this point other than collect a few more kills.
Yeah, scalped one there, but Aricat Aresta are finally getting the rounds in 2-4 right now, and they're starting to look good.
Not too
It's
bad.
starting to look better.
I mean, it's a good read. I think Noxie with the Seekers was really just able to change things towards the end of that round.
Yeah, and being able to use those ultimates, right, to secure those rounds, they need to do that. Aricat Aresta still have 3 ults as well. The Showstopper from the Shadows can be used as well for more information. They still have the Sage Res as well. There's the Pain Shells. Going to get him, but it's going to be the Eco for Big Scythe. Finally, their economy got reset by Aricat Aresta. They can take a breather here. The Bladestorm is used though, so I wouldn't completely discount Big Scythe because Crollo is on that Bladestorm by TM.
Late Storm by TM. It's trademarked. Let's see if Crollo can actually convert that into a full-on play, though. I don't know if I like the early paint shells in towards market, though. I mean, it does buy a little bit of time. If they are trying to rush, then it would do a lot. But whatever it is, it doesn't do all that much in this round. Still, though, it does keep a lot of the big players stuck over by mid, and right now it just allows for Aricat to push up front. They set themselves up in the best positions, and they will be able to spray down every single player. Flawless victory, and unfortunately that Bladestorm TM just did not, it came up a bit short.
Yeah, that's definitely a great round for Aricat Aresta. Not losing any of those guns, preserving the economy. The biggest thing I think that they've made, the biggest difference in their defenses, is the buffed up mid control from Aricat Aresta. Not letting them go through mid really seems to have bolstered their defenses here. Like, they've been playing it safe, but still controlling the mid anyway. Yoki does not go over greedy for those peaks like you see just now. She peeks out, just makes her presence known,
Falls back.
puts some pressure in, and then falls back. Noxie is there as well to exert some pressure in case they do go through that wall. A lot of patience as well before the wall goes down. Now the wall is down. Yoki. That wall can be used as an information gatherer, by the way. And there we go. The information gathered, the headshot onto Gwen, heals herself, and goes back to safety. And they're going to switch. Noxie is the one that's going to peak probably soon. They're pushing up to heaven, though.
Headshot.
Oh my
There you
god.
go. Headshot from Noxie onto Crollo. This is exactly the mid control that you want from your team. And Aricat Aresta have denied this mid push for 3 rounds. This is the 4th round in a row now. And for Aricat Aresta, look at it. This smoke from Rudy's just gonna buy so much time for them. And Big Scythe had to push through a smoke to get in.
Oh, they don't know that Rudy's is boosted up on this one spawn. She's gonna be able to collect one before dropping, but At the end of the day, it's just a strong advantage for Aricat Aresta. Like you said, Marquis, 4 straight rounds in a row, and I think this is time for
A
timeout
timeout.
from Big Scythe. I was just gonna say they need to adapt to this. I mean, it's the perfect setup from Aricat Aresta, right? You talked about the wall from Yoki, but the second thing is I really love Noxie being positioned over by Vents. It's perfect because you would expect a lot of controller players to smoke out top mid. You don't want, especially if you're going to play for mid control as an attacking team, you want to prevent them from gaining any kind of information, any kind of vision down mid, especially from a spot like Vents as well. But because it's a smoke, when you have someone like a Sky, you can flash out of it. You can come up with big plays with that one blind. It's able to do a lot. So at this point, I don't think Big Scythe should be repeatedly making their complete plays all the time over by mid. I mean, maybe one player, maybe two, but the rest of the squad should be somewhere else.
Yeah. Or if they want to do that, they have to fully commit because right now they're trying to look for the trade slowly, and I think that just gives too much room for Aricat Aresta to find these openings in their attack. Because if they go faster, if they all flush into mailroom and open the wall up right away, use the paint shells to clear out anyone who's in the vents, I think that would be more decisive, allow them more control over B Heaven right away. But the fact that they're going slow allows Aricat Aresta to peek in one by one and punish them. There's paint shells doing some damage onto Gwen, and Big Scythe are on another eco yet again.
Another eco. They are kind of switching things up though for Aricat Aresta. I mean, earlier on it was okay. Well, Noxie's back into its vents now. She hears the sheriffs being sounded out, so they're just preparing for the resistance in towards mid. At this point, I mean, Big Scythe, with the sheriffs, they might be able to hold these long range angles. They might be able to come up with a couple of picks, but at the end of the day, playing the objective, you still need to find a way into towards the site. Just a little bit further information for ARC at this point, but take a look at your mini-map. Big Scythe headed towards A ramps.
Yeah, they can take the side. Only a lone killjoy defending. Yoki takes Hisoka down though at mid. There's another player at mid actually rotating here. There's the flash coming out. I don't know if she got a notification there. Noxie, he's gonna go to, yeah, he's gonna go find Chase You. Rosie and Alyssa take one piece, and Big Crescent is gonna take one out before eventually falling. But Aricat Aresta really beefing up this defense. It was an eco round for Big Scythe, but they are looking so much better on Aricat Aresta's side. They seem to have figured Big Scythe's offense out.
They certainly have. I mean, mid is, I think it's out of the question for Big Scythe right now. You got the early paint shells from Ray's player, and then I just, they need some kind of change. You know, we talked about 1 piece, 2 piece, like 4 piece chicken.
Yep.
And Aricat Aresta are just continuing with this. Noxie now, though, just going for that little bit of information. They're kind of trying to one up and see if Big Scythe are actually making adaptations. And off that one hawk, I think they're able to read this. So they're not using the same exact setup over by mid anymore. In fact, it's Yoki who's playing around this box now instead of over by mid.
And the flash to help Yoki out, at least help her escape, does get her to safety.
Okay, so that keeps her alive. Slow orb in as well. Quite a bit of utility being spent. Shave seconds off the clock at the very least, but right now, as soon as they try to make a move towards A, they get spotted out by the alarm bot. Not to mention Rosie, who has been hiding over by screens. Lockdown into play right now, and it just blocks them off even further. Completely blocked. Down to about 40 seconds, 30 seconds remaining. You have to make a quick commitment in towards B at this point.
Left.
And I mean, because this is also telegraphed for ARC at this point, they're prepared for the B push.
Yeah, they saw the from the shadows, great patience there. For staying in his B side, Omen, fake Rudy's actually able to stop it from the shadows. There's a dash in, there's the wall coming up. Paranoia, great timing there. Hisoka, however, takes Yoki down. Fake Rudy's is still on the side. Crollo takes her down. Just enough time to plant the spike. If they can deny this spike plant, they might be on the ground, but they don't deny it. Big Scythe come out big here. 4v2 right now, and it's looking difficult for Aricat Aresta to secure this 1v4. Rosie in the clutch situation. On that Killjoy does not take anyone down, and Big Scythe take this round, steal it away from Aricat Aresta.
Really stolen. I mean, we used to say this before, but I think they really got their rug swept out from underneath them. I mean, Aricat Aresta pulled out all the stops, the lockdown, the utility in towards mid. They should know that it was going to be a B hit. And it was, I think, up to Rudy's, maybe a couple players from Heaven as well, to stop that push from coming in. But unfortunately, they lost the duels, and that allowed for Big Scythe to push in safely. Once they gained control, they got the spike down. It was pretty much that game from there on out. Still, though, it's just 5-5 right now. And both teams want that spot in FSL Elite. They're not giving up. This is very close. And let's see what Big Scythe has in store. A little bit of a jiggle, and Noxy just gets taken out. Operator gone. They have control over ramps. They have control over site. I don't know how ARC can retake this, even though it's a 4v5.
That was a super greedy position from Noxy there, even though she knew that there were people there already. Rosie gets taken down, but Alyssa, big presence down. 3v4 right now, but Yoki gets taken down, so no more res on the defending side. And Big Scythe are taking control over this round. And Gwen with a spike puts it down. They still have the res on the attackers as well. Alyssa just peeks away. Chase You is still there. You should know this, but the timing gets dinged through the wall. 4 HP left on Alyssa. Let's take one down. And Rudy's, unfortunately, does not take anyone else down. Crollo is there for the kill, and Big Scythe, I think that timeout really helped them.
Huge.
Last round before the
We
switch.
kept talking about mid. This time, we don't see them heading towards mid anymore. It's just a complete commitment towards the site. Slow and steady. They anticipate someone positioned over by ramps. Definitely someone over by maybe screens, maybe site itself. Killjoy has been over by A repeatedly now. So they're actually reading the situation perfectly because they're able to take down a player over by ramps. They're able to take the duels pretty easily in towards the A side itself. They get the spike planted, and it's working out beautifully. But here we go. It is the last round of the first half, and ARC don't quite have the best buys that they want. We do see a Guardian in the hands of, I think, Yoki. So they got to be a lot more careful. I don't think the mid hold is what they want to go off of. Maybe just wall up and then immediately rotate to another site to back things up. If they get information on the B right now, that would be the best thing in the world. But they're playing it really safe, and they're not quite sure where Big Scythe want to attack.
Yeah, it looks like they got shook a bit by those past 2 rounds. They had to shuffle things around a bit too much, and they don't look very comfortable at this point. Great read there, though. Great wall from side of Aricat Aresta. They do buy a bit more time, but the spike is already all the way onto a big Crollo with the execute. Dashes into the side. The rest of her team can't get in yet, though. Rosie is going to take her down with a headshot. Gwen with the Empress is going to take Rosie down. Is able to heal back to full. Uses dismiss as well. Alyssa, though, takes Chase You down. And it's looking very chaotic everywhere right now. Crescent is going to take Noxy down 3v3 right now. Defenders still have a res. Attackers also have a res.
You will not
And they actually pull it off, though. Big is going to be the one to get their first res, but Rudy's and Yoki right now just pushing in, actually able to commit and take every player down. It's all up to Crescent, who was in a deep lurk in towards mid. Up over by Heaven, does not hear the spike getting tapped, and unfortunately drops the Yoki's Guardian. 6-6 is the score at the end of the first half.
Yeah, and the map lives up to its name. 6-6. Great split there, and great attacking side for Big Scythe, though. I really expected way more from Aricat Aresta there. I was expecting an 8-4 at the very least on the defending side. And Big Scythe really pulling those rounds together. Getting an even split on the first half, I think, is really good for them.
Completely different from the last time they played together. I mean, once they recognize that, okay, mid is going to be a little bit more difficult for us to hit, why not just execute onto A? I mean, it's worked out for them, and they actually make it work. So it's beautiful that they've gotten it back to a 6-6. It's a full-on reset, but let's see how Aricat performs on the attack. Rosie just starting things off with an instant hit shot. This might bait out the rotations on towards B, but they're still hell-bent on pushing up on towards mid, and that's where they get met with Corollo. Another sharp fragger
My
from
ult's
Big
not
Scythe.
ready.
It's looking really scary. Both teams, I can't tell where this is going anymore, or this game is going anymore, because right now, Aricat and Aresta on the attacking side. Let's see if they can actually get this. There's the wall coming up. They actually chase you down before the wall goes up as well, so that's a big bonus for them. And Aricat and Aresta have control over the site. They also have a lurker going up sewers, so I think they might be able to catch the big site defenders onto heaven here. Look at Crow
Man.
just squatting over the wall there.
No!
Alyssa takes her down with a frenzy.
That's amazing. Off that tiny little gap. Gwen, though, over by Reps, able to come back around, does take the headshot, but Yoki will make it a trade. So now with a little bit of information, I don't know, Hisoka only has the classic, swaps onto her teammate's classic, but still not able to land the shots on towards Yoki's player model. So 7-6, Aricat Aresta take the pistol round.
I want to talk about the classic. You know, like the name of the gun is just so good. Why? Because you know you get red click by classic and you go like, yep, that's a classic.
That's a classic.
That's a classic. And then if it misses from range, that's a classic. It's a classic. You know, like that's just how the gun works. It's the best shotgun in the game, by the way.
It's a classic.
It's a classic.
Let's see if we can get a couple more classic
Oh, it's a
kills, though,
5
because-
stack on B for Big Side.
Oh yeah.
They might not be expecting this. There's the wall coming up. There's a classic. Of course, being a classic. Rosie, Most 2 down. Alyssa, Most 1 down as well. They should know that something is up here. Crescent takes one. Rudy takes Crescent down. All up to Gwen right now. With that frenzy, gets a kill.
Oh.
Makes it expensive for Aricat Aresta, but that 5 stack didn't really pan out for them.
Still, this is one of those rare times that you actually see the gamble pay off. They gambled on B, they guessed it right, and you get to see this full 5v5 clash, but I think because of the utilities, because of the firepower that Aricat Aresta had, it just didn't quite go a Big Side's way. I mean, they had the frenzies, they had the classics, but Aricat Aresta had the Sage Walls, and they had the Spectres.
Yeah, they were ready for that. They reacted fast enough. That Sage Wall really helped spoil the party, because it meant that all 4 members couldn't just shoot through. They broke one panel and they all just couldn't shoot through, and the Spectres were just too good. At the moment they figured out what was going on, it was already too late for Big Scythe to catch them by surprise.
Still though, I mean, now they're going to be able to full buy, but Aricat Aresta are just taking the pedal to the metal already onto the A side, and there isn't a single player there to stop them. So they get the spike down in the best possible position right now, and Noxie holding the off ankle will be able to take at least one. She gets it, makes it a trade, and Alyssa finds yet another. Picks up the Phantom, and she's going for the full-on plays, the big flank, or maybe just wrap around from Swiss. But Crescent wants to make this painful. Goes all the way in, a quick rotation hit from Heaven, takes, he's down. Soka making it a trade, of course. It's all up to Alyssa right now, who made it all the way from sewers, but
140.
Spike getting defused. She actually got the headshot. Managed to get it halfway. And Chase just steps off of it, tries to go in for the kill right now, and she gets it, thankfully. If she missed that shot, that would be the worst thing. But there we have it, 8-7. Standard start for the second half.
It was almost a win there. That was great thinking from the Rays. They're going all the way around, but unfortunately that last play, throwing the grenade, means that she can get her gun out in time. And great peek there from I believe it was it Ro? No, who is the killjoy on Big Side? Chase you, yes. Chase you,
Time for
great decision making there to peek out as the paint drills were coming down, because she knows that the gun will be down. Alyssa's gun wouldn't be up, and she was able to get that kill. But for Big Side, that was an expensive round. That was their buy round, and they lost 4 members there. So for Aricat Aresta, they have a full buy this round, and they're gonna feel good about this.
I feel pretty good about what Big Side has too, though. I mean, look at this crossfire setup in towards B garage. Lockdown might actually be able to detain 2 players if they don't push into her right now. They're thinking about it. A Sage Orb does make it a little bit easier, but unfortunately does not land anywhere near Rosie's feet, and her teammates instantly come back in to back this up. Still though, the 2 players coming up from mid will get met with a crossfire from the big side player, so it comes down to the 2v3. They might be able to get the spike down for E, but can they actually hold the site?
Yeah, 2v3. They have the positions, they have the angles, but they're not that healthy anymore. Aricat Aresta really need to land these shots to even things out first. But the big side using the Leer to get in, paranoia Rudy as well. They're gonna try to go for Rudy's. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, but big side are gonna win this round, and they take 2 down. 2 members left alive, and then they even things out. 8-8 right now.
This is a very deserving game. 8-8, and I gotta say, I love the decision to go for Reyna from Gwen. I mean, the fact that she has been using the dismisses really tactfully. I mean, just making herself another tough target to track. Meanwhile, her teammates can go in with the frags. It helps them out really well on the retakes. On the other hand, though, for Aricat Aresta, I mean, they've been trying all these different strats to get their way onto site. They actually do. But the thing is, once they get it, they lose way too many players in the process, and 2v3 retakes is a little bit tough for them to hold, even with the positions that they wanted. So right now, with an eco, slowly making their way up A, the spike dropped over the back of spawn towards A. I don't know if they can actually get the spike down on a single site.
Yeah, Blade Storm also being used from big side. I think they just really want to pull out all the stops here. Rosie though takes Gwen down. They actually bought a Spectre here. Krolo's still hiding in that smoke. Not able to get anything out yet, but Hisoka is here to help out as well. There's a Spectre being effective. Knife to the head on Rudy's. Alyssa though is able to take a Phantom, and it's gonna look a bit scary if she can't get these kills, but Chase You is gonna take 2 of her teammates down, and now she's gonna have to play this 1v4, and the Seekers also were committed. Unfortunately, Aricat Aresta not being able to use those Seekers to their advantage.
So in a 1v4, Alyssa gets that first frag, but I don't think she knows that Curl is right behind her. There goes the knives right there in the back. It's a complete actual backstab. 8-9 now, and Big Scythe, they're starting to come up with a big lead. I mean, okay, it is a 9-8, but the main thing is they've been able to chain these rounds together, and that means it's momentum. If they can continue this, if they can win this round, they will be able to crumble Aricat Aresta's economy yet again.
Yeah, but Aricat Aresta, I think they might be onto something here. They're just going for the hard exit onto A with 2 lurks on mid, just to keep the defense. You know, if you put a little bit of pressure mid, the 2 mid defenders can't really leave their positions. But the spike is actually all the way onto B, so I think they might just go for maybe a quick kill here and then run into A. I am not entirely sure what the game plan is right now, but the spike is far away from the rest of the team.
That's the thing, I'm just as confused as you are. They got control over A right now because there isn't a single player on site to stop this, but the spike is not with them. So a bit of a relay, they pass it on over to the Omen, and she has to make her way in, but at this point, it's already allowed for the rotations to come in from Big Scythe. Still, Rudy's goes in for the plant. Rosie unfortunately gets taken out back towards mid, and it's up to Big Scythe to retake this, and they have the advantage. It is a 5v4 plus a lockdown.
Alyssa might want to use a showstopper here. She might be able to make it big. She pushes up on top, Omen from the shadows, and Big Scythe are starting to take members out one by one, but Polo gets taken out. Yoki and Alyssa here. Steve's showstopper gets taken out because of that Leer. Does not shoot the rocket, and Big Scythe are going to come up big here with Crescent's 4K there. 10-8 lead right now.
10-8. I mean, they're reacting appropriately to everything that Aricat Aresta tries to throw at them. I mean, Aricat, even in that round alone, it looks... I hate to say it, but shaky. You know, it seems like they don't quite have a clear game plan of what they want to do, and that hurts them in the process, right? They're not as sure of themselves, leaving a spike behind, having so many players, and then the moment they step on the A, it's like, oh, hey, it's clear, let's come over now. But once they get the spike down, it's a little bit all too late. So economy onto its big side. Krolo with an operator locking this out as well. She knows that there's a killjoy on the other side. Legs Rosie, who thankfully makes it out of this with her life. Still going in for the repeaks. Oh my god, this is just playing with fire.
Definitely baiting those shots out, and she ran fast enough, I guess. It must be the German efficiency in every single step, but Krolo does not hit the shot there. If they can flush this Opera out, they might be able to take control over B site. They're prepping for a slow play right now, but Yoki gets shot through the wall there. Gets taken down, and that's not how you flush an Opera out. You need those smokes to come in, you need some utility, the flashes maybe from the sky. Gwen, this is exactly the mid take that I was talking about that I wanted Big Side to have. Using the pain shells to clear sewers to get into heaven. They now have a bit of control over onto B heaven. They use the Trailblazer as well, but Gwen is going to take 2 down. They don't stop her from coming in from vents. 2v4 right now. Alyssa and Rudy's are stuck. Gwen gets a third as well. Fake Rudy's 1v4 right now.
10 seconds left.
She's out of this smoke. I'm not sure. She's like right around the edge. Not sure if her barrel is peeking out, but Gwen certainly smells something, and she will be able to pick up on her quad kill. 11-8. And at this point, Marquis, I gotta say, it's looking like a big Scythe map.
Yeah, looks like they were ready for this. Like more ready than their icebox pick, which is I find it funny. And on Aricat Aresta, the timeout a little bit late, I think. But if this is the round that they can actually buy in, I think that they can still mount a comeback. It's still not that far. 8-11 is not insurmountable, but attacking side, it has really been a problem for both teams, right? Big side did a pretty good attack on split, but right now Aricat Aresta are the ones finding problems. They can get into the site, but it seems like what they're having trouble with is getting those post plants safe.
I think their economy's actually broken this round, because they had a buy previously, and I don't know if they're gonna be able to repeat the pushes onto site.
Yep, they can't buy.
It's broken.
It's gonna be a match point most likely, unless they go full out. They go full out shares here, get all those headshots. Or maybe an A rush would even be good. But look at this, big Scythe, great defense on A. 3 members playing there, and even Jed is playing on A events. So there's now 4 members on A right now. They haven't even crossed the orb.
Rudy's just used her paranoia from the bottom of sewers in towards A ramps. And it does blind, I believe that's Gwen, but nobody was pushing up into it. So it kind of becomes a bit of like wasted utility.
400 creds just gone, just like that.
Now they're rotating back towards mid. It's really unclear what Aricat want to do on this attack. Following the Trailblazer, but the rest of the team are kind of like leapfrogging from the back. Rosie going to try to capitalize on this though, but she will not be able to connect the shots, and Presence just holding from the bottom of hell will be able to take 2. It's starting to fall apart again, and the spike being dropped over by V Heaven is a very big problem.
Yeah, let's have a frenzy here. Not the best gun at this range, but does chip Gwen down a little bit.
30 seconds left.
Only 5 or 6 HP onto Rudy's there, so it's not looking good for them. Gets sprayed down a little bit more. This frenzy though, if she lands a double headshot, it's just bye-bye. But difficult, right? It's crazy where Gwen is gonna be able to. Oh, there we go. The headshot onto Gwen. 12 seconds
10
left right
seconds.
now.
Okay.
They're gonna have
10
to go all
seconds
the way
left.
in. They're gonna have to full send this because
Player standing.
they don't want to lose 1,000 creds. And Rudy's with the Vandal trying to make it expensive here, but gets taken on by Hisoka. And match point right now for Big Scythe.
Match
8
point.
to 12 match point. And there is still the problem of big sides constantly rotating, constantly swapping defensive side. I mean, you're never quite sure. You know that Krollo has an operator, but you don't quite know where she's going to be positioned. At first, I mean, I think earlier on it was B, and sometimes it moves over onto mid. This time it's back onto B. And if you're Aricat Aresta, I don't know. Are you gonna take a gamble? I mean, it seems like they want to go for a Hail Mary in towards the A site.
This will work this time around because they're leaving A to the Killjoy, right? So that means the defenses are all the way into B. If they make this Hail Mary work, it might just mount the comeback.
Maybe. Certainly hoping for it. And they have kind of guessed right because Chase Yu is the only one here. Her utility is a little bit far back as well. Nano Swarms will be activated to just slow them down a little, but the main thing is Lockdown allows them to gain control of the site and get the spike down safely. Still though, it is going to be a 5v5 retake, and remember, Krollo has her operator, and they're not quite sure exactly where the Big Scythe players are going to approach from. So coming in from screens, coming in from heavens, but do they think about ramps?
And Rosie is able to get this. It would be good. She does know that someone's coming, but those layers are gonna discard her. But great headshot there, takes Gwen down, but Crescent is there for the trade. Yoki takes the operator down as well. It's now down to 4v3. Great flash there. Oh, it's a bit of a team flash though, but they do get the kills. 2 versus 2 right now. That wall is going up. He's going for the defuse. Hisoka inside the wall. They're gonna have to take the panel down. Let's see if they can actually stop the defuse here. And they do. They're right click on the classic. 0.06 seconds remaining. No one survives, but they do get the round, and I think at least they got the round, right? Because that 0.06. What a close defuse there. Almost snuck away with that. That wall was really smart. They weren't even shooting the same panels on the side of Aricat.
Yeah, and that's kind of weird, you know, coming in from a pro team, but that's a classic. 0.06, you get the kill. Don't let them defuse. That's a classic. Still, it's oh my god, 9 to 12. It's cutting it really close. Way too close for comfort for me on Aricat Aresta side. They need to be a lot more sure of themselves on attacking these sites. And this opening pick in towards B Heaven might just be the trick. They wall off vents, which is even better. Now the approach comes in from B Garage. They break the wall, they get the flashes, and they're trying to overwhelm Krollo. Has the operator. She dashes away. Arrest does come in, but the control over the site has been granted to ARC. Spike getting planted right now, and they are still trying to deal with Alyssa coming in from mid.
Oh, she's gonna get that trade. I think that's really big for them, getting Gwen down, but Chase Yu takes Rosie down. 3v3 right now. They do have the res, but Noxy gets taken down. No space for a res right now from Yoki. There's the lockdown being committed as well from the shadows. Getting used to go onto B main. I don't think this is that good of an idea because it's a 2v3 right now. They're gonna have to take him to the side. The defuse is coming. Oh, they actually gets locked down. And Big Scythe steal this map and make it a 2-for-2. We're going to game number 5.
We are going to game number 5, Marquis. This is, oh my god. Aricat Aresta, just things are going to fall apart. I mean, the push looked good, but the one thing that I forgot to account for, and maybe the players also forgot to account for, is the fact that Big Scythe winning that many rounds in a row, getting that many kills, they had their ultimates ready, and Chase Yu with the lockdown just created a whole host of problems for Aricat Aresta in the post plant. So once again, it's the attacking side. It starts to falter, but this time it's Big Scythe's attacking side that looks so much better on towards the first half. So that's gonna be that. It's 13 to. Man, I forgot the score. It's just right there.
10, I believe.
Around there.
9.
But
Yes.
that's split. Next map, It's Breeze.
It's Breeze.
Breeze.
We're finally going to the beach, and I'm really excited because this series is definitely delivering, and both teams want to qualify right now. You mentioned the lower bracket is filled with the other teams, and you don't want to have to go through the lower bracket, fight two more teams to qualify. It's just very difficult, and you want to qualify right now, and you could tell that big Scythe are hungry, and at the same time, Aricat and Aresta, they're also hungry. They also want this, but in split, they just had a bit of a difficult time on the attacking side.
I have to agree. I mean, there were just, a couple of rounds. The spike was dropped, and they didn't have a clear plan. And I think that's one of the things that they weren't quite sure what they wanted to do. You have that little bit of self-doubt, and it really, really starts to fester in their minds. So hopefully, moving on to the next map, after this short break, they should be able to be rested up. They should be able to be they should be more prepared coming into Breeze. It is, well, I guess not really their map pick, but it's, the final map that they've got. So that's going to be that. But for now, again, huge shout outs to our sponsors, Intel, as well as our media partners, Yahoo. If not for them, we wouldn't be able to do this. But thank you everyone for watching for now. We still have the final map to decide which is the first team that gets qualified to FSL Elite. We're going to find out who that is right after this break.
like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go.
And here we are now. Welcome back, folks, to the VCT Game Changers Southeast Asia FSL Open Overtime. One of these teams will be able to qualify for FSL Elite after this game. It's a best of 5, and we're into the very final map. It's gonna be Breeze, and it's gonna be Big Scythe versus Aricat Aresta. It's me, your host, your caster. Hey, I'm Quack, and alongside it's gonna be Key. I don't know what to expect, Key, because we talked about how shaky both teams can be on attack sometimes, but how do you think that's going to play out on a map like Breeze?
I think for Breeze, there's a little bit more room for the attackers because of how big the map is. So it's all going to come down to the aim duels here. I feel like for both teams, the executes just aren't really affecting how they actually take the sites, but more on who gets the opening frags, who wins the opening duels, and that really sets the tone for both teams. And on the attacking side, you need as many rounds as you can get, because right now we've seen that whoever does better on attack just wins the game.
You have to agree. I mean, it's what we saw in the last 2-3 maps now. And, it is a 2-2 for the time being, but this is a map that I really don't know what to expect, because during the break, I took a quick look at the stat sheet that we have. I took a look at the brackets from the past opens, but I can't find a single game where either of these teams actually played on Breeze. So I don't know. They banned, well, actually,
Haven.
I think it was, Big Scythe banned Haven, and that leaves us with Breeze. So what's gonna happen here? Who do you think is sharper? I mean, if it really does come down to the aim duels, then I have to think whichever team is a little bit sharper with their mechanical skill, with their gun skill, is gonna come out on top.
I think Aricat's just a bit sharper on the gunplay, so I think that they might have the advantage coming in here. The fact that Breeze is the 5th map means neither team wanted to pick it, and it wasn't the one banned, so it's the second
the least favorite map.
Yeah, it's the second least favorite map. Haven was banned, and then Breeze is like, I guess we have to play Breeze now, and I'm way ahead of everyone. I'm already here. I'm already enjoying the sun in my blazer. It's pretty hot
You
here,
got
by the way.
great,
But there
great
is
internet on your island as well.
Yeah, it's that 5G. Make sure you get that 5G connection just to make sure that there's low latency, and maybe can even play some Valorant here. But game number 5 is going to be really exciting between these two teams, because both teams are playing really for that spot in FSL Elite. They want to be that part of that Elite 8 and to go for that $25,000 prize pool.
Exactly. $25,000 prize pool in FSL Elite. You heard it here. You heard it right. And it's going to be a big one. So that's really what they're fighting for right now. And whoever loses this, it's very unfortunate, because they got so close. This is best of 5, and they really pushed us all the way into all 5 maps. If they lose now and then they get sent to the lower bracket, who knows what's going to happen down there. It's going to be very unfortunate if something bad does happen. So I don't want to jinx anything, but let's just go into Agent Select and let's take a look at what these teams got in store for us. Whoever wins this, again, they will get to qualify for FSL Elite. Still, though, Breeze, for the past 4 maps now, we've pretty much been seeing nothing but omens, because that's what these teams prefer. On towards Breeze, I don't know if they've prepared for this. I don't know if they've practiced this, but they have to go for the Vipers because she's just, I guess, a better controller for this huge map.
Yeah, I mean the dome smokes don't really cover the openings here, so it can work against you as well if you play Omen. Viper is really the only controller that's more or less viable here. It allows you entry into the site using that toxic screen to cut off the big sites, and the sky also helps a bit because the flashes would really help you get in as well. So you really need more
Select your
initiators.
agent.
It is more initiator kind of map rather than a controller kind of map, like let's say Split R or the other classic maps as well. So they do
But
need the Vipers here.
Hmm. But I seem to recall, I think, if I'm not wrong, Rosie on Icebox, she was playing Viper as well. I think she had a couple of lineups with the Poison
Yep.
Cloud, but well, whether or not she has them on Breeze is going to be another thing. If she does, that's going to be amazing, but who knows what's going to happen. Again, because this was, I guess, the final map pick. If I'm not wrong, but Big gets to pick the side, right?
Let me do a double quick check on that. It is going to be
Totally forgot.
not
I took a
actually
look
sure.
at it too. Oh yeah, Big does get to pick the side. So they are going to be starting on defense.
Okay, so defensive side we mentioned, and they're probably going to do pretty well here. I am not a big fan of the Cypher, but it can work. I mean, we've seen some teams make it work. Alter Ego Celeste have Alter Ego rather, the male team, has run Cypher on Breeze as well. So some teams can make it work. It still gets a little bit of information. It allows you to play a bit more greedy in terms of the positioning because you can just leave one member on the other side.
I kind of like it for the attack, but interestingly enough, Aricat are the ones with a double duelist. Big Scythe only has one, and that is probably going to be Krolo on the Jet, but whatever it is, here it comes. It's the execute onto a CA side, and they have to push past this toxic screen. Yoki, though, just going to wrap around the pyramid. Gets the tag because of her teammates' recon bolt as well. Will be able to take Gwen down, so now they have the advantage. It is going to be a 5v4 retake, though. With the pistols, anything still can happen, and Krolo, of course, with the Sheriff buys, with the Sheriff kills, she's going to make it a world of hurt for Aricat Aresta, going in for this, looking for the heads over by the pyramid. She knows
My ult's
Yoki,
not
at
ready.
the very least, is around this pyramid. And for sure, players still in towards
One
cave.
enemy
Unfortunately, KCU does drop, Krolo drops now, and then Yoki comes out huge on towards Crescent. The third kill in the round for this girl, and Aricat Aresta walk away with a pistol win.
Yeah, the Reyna plus Sky, I think they have enough tools to really get in. You saw that wall as well, or really cut the site, cut across the site to make sure that they're able to get that spike down, they're able to get some defenses going for the post plant. It just works so well for Aricat Aresta, and I think their lineup is really good and really poised to excel on this attacking side on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Leers, you got the Cloud Bursts, but the main thing is the toxic screen placement has been on point so far, at least on the pistol round for sure, but coming into this one now with the Spectres, they do not want to drop a single weapon because that could be painful for them in the long run if Big Scythe does collect on those. Still, they're going in regardless past the Poison Clouds, and ARC are just descending upon whatever Big Scythe had set up on the side itself. These Spectres are just overwhelming the players, and Krolo won't even be able to land a single shot. 0-2 standard start for ARC.
Yeah, Spectres, they really made use of that on B. I think it's a better side to go to Spectres with, rather than A actually. Unless you can get the flashes in, unless you can close the gap. Right now, Big Side are going to be on those rifles, so I think A side is going to be a bit difficult, but with proper utility usage, I think they can still break into the side because those Spectres can be deadly around pyramids.
And that's something that you have to look out for. I mean, if they set up the exact same toxic screen and the Sky player, Gwen, right now is unable to stop them from pushing past this, they'll be able to repeat whatever they did on the pistol round, and that is to really play around the pyramids as well as cave. But this time around, they're actually pushing up halls as well, which is a little bit tougher because now you have to put that question mark in your heads. Are they going to capitalize on that position. Chase U, though, goes in for a quick peek, takes Alyssa down, and I think that's a big problem for ARC losing one of their top fraggers like that. Ricky, though, still trying to make this as painful as possible. Does get a dig, does get a kill, and it's going to be Rudy's who backs her up. Still, though, Spike and Carrier dropped over by the edge of the site. It's going to be a little bit tough to retrieve. Hisoka now being the thorn in their side, still in towards the pyramids, just causes Rudy's to look over in the opposite direction long enough for Crescents to come in with the kill. Standard start once more. It's a 1 and 2, and they deny that bonus round for ARC.
Yeah, using those rifles to their advantage, really going for those long range fights. Aricat Aresta made it expensive, but Big Scythe come up with the victory. They are going. That damages their economy a bit though for Big Scythe. They took 3 players down, and I think that's pretty good for Aricat Aresta's side.
Where are you? That goes there.
A good start. Let's see if they can continue on with this. So far, so good, because they've been denying the A push after that initial pistol round. But here it goes. It's gonna be round number 4, and who knows what Aricat are gonna throw at them this time with their full dives. A little bit of information will be good for Big Scythe as they collect it, and they know there is a bit of a mid presence. But
I've got
Krollo
your
pushing
trail.
past Halls. This could be huge. Spots the player, takes Rudy's
Spike
down,
A.
and the spike being dropped is another issue as well. Still though, ARC seem adamant on pushing into B. Have to be careful though.
Getting kills left and right here. It's 1-for-1 trade right now, and for Aricat Aresta, just looking difficult for them to get into the sides. That ping onto Yogi Crescent is going to be there to take Alyssa down as well. The neural theft is going to be used. Spots 2 members, they know where they are. Empress is going to be committed. Noxy is going to take Crescents down. Yogi though wants to really aggress here. Does not get a kill though. Still playing around
30
archers.
seconds
There's 2
left.
players already starting to collapse on her. She has to reload. Is open right now. Gets the kill. Krollo though takes Noxy down. 1v2 right now. The Empress is going to be reset and still up. Whips the spray though. Hisoka is going to take her down with a wallbang headshot. And that's a heartbreaker for Aricat because it looked doable for them. But Big Scythe could be 2 for 2 right now.
Very, very close. Really, truly doable. I mean, she was trying to toy with them around arches, maybe just to hold them back a little bit further. Then again, it's one of those angles that's kind of tough to work with just because of how narrow the arches actually are. I mean, it's a very tiny like window. Then again, once she backed up, she actually had the isolated angle. If she won that duel, that 1v1 would have been a lot more possible. But because of the 1v2, because she lost the spray, I mean, she tried to go in for that little bit of the crouch spray back into its cover, but it didn't connect. Maybe the Empress threw her off a little bit, but whatever it is, it's a 2-2 for now, and Big Scythe are poised to come up with a huge lead. Aricat might not have the strongest economy right now.
The Sheriff might catch Gwen
Yikes. What inside?
What?
not ready. I'm not sure what she was looking at really, but Alyssa with the timing there, able to get this big gun. This might just be the difference maker there. Noxy gets a headshot onto Krollo as well. Was rotating on elbow there. And right now it's a 5v3. Aricat Aresta have the numbers advantage. They took a Vandal as well. They have a Marshal. They have Sheriffs. They, I think, took 2 guns too. But Chase U with her own Sheriff takes 1 down.
There's a new sheriff in town. Her name is Chase U, but Noxy still gonna make it painful. Rosie has actually infiltrated behind enemy lines. I mean, look at where she is on the mini-map. She can actually wrap around to top mid
Spike planted.
and basically stop Big Scythe in their tracks. They're all the way up towards mid right now. We do have Chase U pushing in towards the elbow and then subsequently main. But Crescent's coming in from tunnel. Has to time this correctly with Chase U, otherwise they don't stand a good chance at all in this retake. She unfortunately goes in on her own, gets taken out by Rosie, so it's down to the 1v3, and at this point, I think it's pretty much a given round to ARC.
Yeah, that drone has spotted nothing. Noxy was dancing around that pillar, made sure that she was not spotted at all. And the snake bite actually chase you out, so she's gonna have to save this. Full armor and a Vandal, I think she'll be... She's okay to save it, unless they can actually get it. Okay, she makes it expensive, takes Rosie down, but it's a good thrifty from them. Noxy, though, finishes Chase U off, and Aricat Aresta sneaked this round away.
it wasn't on the game menu, but that was basically a thrifty win. I mean, they had nothing but sheriffs, and I'm just kind of confused because what was Gwen doing pushing outside of mid wooden doors like that and to the bottom of the shaft? I mean, what was she looking for?
I'm not entirely sure. That was a really weird movement for me. Plus, if you're going there, typically you still look to your left, not up
Yeah.
to where
Towards
your
the mouth
teammates
of
are.
mid, right?
Yeah.
But she didn't, and that's why she dropped and gave a rifle away, basically. But whoa, marshals are still deadly, especially in towards cave. If you don't have shields, that thing will take you down, especially past a toxic screen like this. Now she has a knife, going from the other side, misses her right click unfortunately, and allows for Yuki to come in with the entries. Still though, a lot of resistance on the other side of this. Hisoka still nailing her shots with the Marshal. Might just stop them from getting the spike planted, but here comes the Hunter's Fury, definitely stopping it now. He's gonna connect onto Rosie, and all of a sudden we're into the 2v1. Where did all these trades come from? Chase U only has a Sheriff still, and I don't know how she's gonna win these duels from this range. A tap, if you have 150, it's not gonna be a one-hit kill. So she has to be careful. She has to create some kind of space for her. Pushing up now, might have just picked up a weapon, but I don't know if she knows it. Still looking for the shots with the Sheriff. Comes in around the side, that recon bolt might just give her position.
Oh, she saw
Actually
her.
hiding underneath it. Coming up around the side now though, they know exactly where she is. They're playing for time and they don't want to give this defuse to her. Tries to come in around the side, but Rudy's will just put a couple of bullets in, and of course ARC walks away with a win.
Well played by ARC there. What a lot of teams tend to do is to try to go for a double peek against the Sheriff, but that gives the Sheriff some room to actually go for the miracle play, right? So what they did instead was to not even let her get any headshot by just dancing around the pyramids and make sure that 2v1 is the 1v1v1 is not gonna happen, right? So
Incredibly difficult.
yeah, they just danced around, made sure that there was no room for some crazy headshot to come in from Chase U, but Krollo with the operator here does not land a shot! That jiggle from Alyssa baits the shot out and even gets the headshot. This is an expensive operator going to be denied
God.
from the side of Big Scythe, and Aricat Aresta have control over the entrance, but not going in yet.
I'd be so mad if I were the one with the operator. I mean, the crosshair was exactly on her, but just that one small jiggle. Still, though, it was a bit of a fake because look at your mini-map. Seeker's coming out on B, and the spike will be planted pretty soon as Rosie makes her way slowly in from cave. But Crescent puts a stop to this. Takes Yoki down for that 1 second. Viper's Spin still comes up, and Noxie will be able to take Crescent down. 2 players on B side. 2 more. 1 in towards mid, 1 on A. And this could set up for something really chaotic. I say chaotic because Chase U will be able to wrap around from mid, take the Sova player down.
Look at the
We're back
Seeker.
into 3v3.
There's one Seeker on halls. Really confused right now.
Main one on towards the B side though. And that's the Viper's Spin getting dealt with. They're washing and swarming into the side though. But Rosie with the triple kill just goes in and out of a Viper's pit. Actually collecting on all those kills, and she takes the 5th win for her team. 5-2 now, and I'm not sure how Big Scythe's economy is looking. It's probably not too good.
Yeah, it's not too good, and they had a difficult time looking for Rosie because of the way she was weaving in and out of vision, and being able to get a triple kill is huge for Aricat Aresta. The lead is just growing bigger and bigger, and like you mentioned, economy is not looking good for Big Scythe. Look at their buys, light armor, sheriffs, but we've seen some comebacks here from thrifty buys, so I'm not gonna discount them still. But against 5 Vandals, it's gonna be so hard to both sides.
I have to agree, but it all comes down to whether or not Hisoka can actually nail these Marshall shots. Tries to get one past the toxic screen, doesn't quite connect it. Tries to take down the drone as well, but regardless, ARC's just going to push in. They're non-stop bulldozing the side at this point. Toxic screens and snake fights, they're going in for this hard. Krollo tries to make a flank happen, but gets shut down as well. The Sheriff will not be able to do all that much, despite only getting 1. Like you said, Marquis, the firing squad of Vandals will prevail.
Yeah, it's just too big of a map to really get away with shotgun. I believe there was a judge there, which I think if they went to B would have been effective. But when you buy that judge and you're on B and they go into A side, that's a feels bad because that judge is not gonna do anything for your retake. You can't even approach the side without getting shot.
I think they sold the judge for the marshal, though, so thankfully it's still okay. But I want to point out that, you know, Hisoka, who actually plays under, I think her actual name is XIXI, like CC. She's actually Bella Heartfire, one of the Indonesian VCT casters, and playing a tournament right now is surely showing that she has what it takes. She nailed a couple of great martial shots earlier on, I think towards the second round, but this time, not quite sharp enough. Still though, nice little bit of information from Chase. We'll be able to find out that there is a bit of presence in towards mid again, but whether or not she can actually deal with this is a whole other thing. Does take Rosie down, but now has to be aware that Yoki is looking for her. Couple of shock darts, blind ones to just push anyone off of tunnel if possible, but the main thing is Viper's Pit in towards B main stops any possible push from that spot itself. They gotta worry about tunnel, but it's not the worst thing in the world, and it's going to be Krollo who actually gets so much information pushing and inching in towards the Aricat forces right now.
Spike down.
Spot the barrel there, but Yoki gets taken down by Hisoka. She spotted barrel, but you know, in Viper's Pit, you get less vision than Viper does, so Viper had a fuller view of the Sova there. And Big Scythe, sneak one round away. Finally able to get a round in after 4 straight losses.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
One round, not too bad,
here.
but taking a look at the score, it is a 6-3, and that means Aricat has pretty much secured
This is a
themselves
nice spot.
any advantageous lead at the end of the first half. I mean, 6-6 is the worst thing that could happen to them at this point, so still pretty comfortable, but let's see if Big Scythe can continue to actually push this into a 6-6. They're making a little bit of presence in towards mid and B elbow right now, and if they get all this information, it's gonna be a bit of a problem for ARC.
Yeah, but ARC, like I mentioned, they're still the sharper team. That's why they're winning the duels left and right. So even though they
True.
can get the positions here, if ARC can get the trades, or if they can catch her, okay, Reyna, just Yoki just passes by the 2 flankers. The flash coming up. There's the ult coming in as well for the Seekers. It's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade right now. Hisoka actually takes Yoki down, so the flank is starting to work out. But Gwen, through the smoke, takes Rosie down. That's getting punished for planting in the center spot. Krollo upgrabs in. Noxy takes her down but gets traded.
What?
All down to Rudy's, takes 2. But Chase U is gonna get the round for Big Scythe. That big flank from Scythe pays off.
That's one of those plays where, you know, Rudy's just going off of a triple, just about to celebrate, and then she gets shot from the back.
Right here.
And that is ARC, I think, maybe a little bit slow on the attacking side this time around. They're trying to play it safe and slow and steady, but in that time, it allows for Big Scythe to basically get map control, get information, and set up for big flanks just like that. So 4-6 right now, and even though we see Gwen at the bottom of the scoreboard, I think the utility that she provides for her team has been instrumental at stopping all these advances in towards A. I mean, right now, she's gonna get blinded. The Hawk still will be coming up pretty soon, but oh, I say that, Elisa just wants to stop this with her knives. Gwen gets another, but Yoki shuts that down. So back into the 3v4 now, and the spike should be getting planted on A pretty soon.
They have control over the site, they have the guns, but Krollo has an operator, so they have to be careful.
Planted.
There's the Hunter Fury getting committed from the defender side. Not really going to tag anyone out, but it is going to push them out of their initial positions. Starting to go for the retake right now. Yoki there for the trade. Great multiple angles from Aricat Aresta right now, making it a 2v4. It's very difficult for Scythe to come in right now because they have to watch so many angles and this map is so open right now. They have smokes, but it's not controller smokes. They're a bit difficult to work with. Krollo misses the shot. Yoki able to get out of dodge there. And they are going to secure this round. Aricat Aresta, they're going to secure round number 7. Big Scythe are just going to like to save.
So that is, I mean, round win secured, but also advantage secured, at least going into his second half for
Last
Aricat
round
Aresta.
in the
7-4. The worst thing they will have is 7-5. So it's even better, and I think you're right, because ARC are just a tad bit sharper. I mean, this time they looked a lot more confident than they did on Split, especially with the attacking side. They basically had a plan with the team, like, hey girls, I want to go in on A. I have my knives. I want to do this. You're going to back me up with your Hawk, and we're going to take this site. They just went in for it, and Gwen, even though she was able to take down one, was not going to be able to stop the rest of the squad from pushing in. And because of small plays like this, it just makes it all that much tougher. And A is one of those sites that's really tough to retake just because there are so many angles, like you said, Mikey. But still, they're trying to go in for this. What they don't know is that Krollo has the operator. There's the first shot that sounds off, and now Gwen comes in with the swing. Does get one, Seekers get deployed as well, and it just stops it for a little bit more. But Krollo playing close range with the operator, gonna get shut down. It's a 2v4 at this point. I think that was the wrong play.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they weren't able to get those kills in the opener, and I think playing too close punished them.
Last player standing.
Since gets taken down as well, 4v1 right now. It's all down to chase you, but Yoki is going wild, and it's gonna be an 8-4 attacking round for Aricat Aresta.
Switching sides.
Honestly, she's been really sharp with these long-range duels. I mean, every single shot, the micro adjustments to her crosshair that she makes are pretty much square on to her opponent's heads. And it's frags like this, executes towards the A site just like that, that really net them this many wins at the end of the first half. So 8-4 right now, and they go in for the swap. Will Aricat Aresta be able to perform as well on the defensive side?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Big Scythe have it in them to actually execute on the attacking side. Again, those that have come into a lead from the attacking side typically will win the map so far in this series.
Yes.
And Aricat Aresta are looking sharper, are looking a little bit more decisive than Big Scythe.
And I gotta say, man, the Cypher looked pretty good in some rounds, but now that they're on the attack, I'm having my doubts. I don't know how much utility Cypher can really provide for the team, especially when you're attacking. So they're just gonna stream in outside of B main right now, but they actually took quite a bit of BK damage because of Rosie's Poison Cloud. Still though, they're gonna be able to land those ghost shots, and Krollo feels very comfortable in this position. Gets the third kill, and now looking for the last one. Picks up the spike, gets it down, and her teammates are just setting up for this, but Rudy's with the shock dart actually takes her down. The spike carrier got dropped for a second
Spike
there.
planted.
And Chase U will be able to pick that up. Still though, it is a 1v2, and she has one more shock dart, which does get spent.
Was that a lineup onto the plant spot? That dart was absolutely insane.
1v2 though.
Alright, going to this side. Rudy's does not have that much information to play with, but gets the headshot onto Crescent, sees her in her peripheral vision. Has to look for Chase U right now. But who's chasing who? Rudy's sticks it.
Standing ahead.
I think she should be like looking around, you know. But I guess she
Get it
expected
halfway,
Rudy's
yeah.
to be on, I believe, the window. Probably window because of the way it was planted. So I think that's what she was looking there.
Maybe, but I guess it was the wrong call. So, I mean, who's chasing who? And it is Chase U. Very well said, Marquis. This is a very nice start for Big Scythe because winning the pistol, they get to go with the Spectres, and hopefully they get to beat out Aricat Aresta. And if they can win on the bonus round as well, that will be even better. Right now, though, same execute in towards B. If they repeat these a little bit too often, who knows? Aricat Aresta might just adapt to it, but they're just going to go in for this regardless, and Rosie definitely hears all those footsteps. Not quite sure what much she can do, though. One classic right click for sure, but at the very least, the rest of the squad will be roaming and swarming into the site.
That vulnerability really helping out with that kill there. Krollo gets stuck in a wall of green. As she actually just parks herself on that wall. Make sure to kill anyone who's trying to come in. Yoki with a Marshall here. A little bit of a force buy from them. Eats a dart for 62 damage. It might eat another dart. No, it doesn't land. Noxy with a backside here. Waiting for the right timing. They take Rudy's down. Yoki gets the headshot! Do they know where Noxy is? Noxy takes one down. Almost gets the second one as well. Gets a headshot. Yoki might be able to deal with this. They're both low. She does not get the musket shot, however, Chase U with a wide swinging peak. Takes Yoki down. Makes it expensive for Big Scythe.
Not bad, but still, that was expensive. They might have lost a round, but that one shot from Yoki at that range with the when you're zoomed in, that is incredible. 8-6 now is the score, and they certainly have made it a bit costly. Still allows for Big Scythe to buy up on the Vandals, and this is where both teams really stake their claim. If Aricat wins this, they kind of crumple Big Scythe's economy. If Big Scythe wins this, then it's the opposite side. So let's see how they actually play this out. Big Scythe, they've been heavily relying on the site executes for the past 3 rounds now. It was B for pretty much 3 rounds in a row. This time around, back towards A. They gotta be careful.
They have to be able to get this execute. They have to get those close ranges because they are on the Spectres. But
Spike down.
that Guardian from Rudy's is going to take Gwen down. Still holding on here to this side. Krollo was not ready for that. Wasn't expecting Rudy's to actually be peeking there. Hisoka takes Alyssa down though. The spike does go down. Shock Dart does not hit anyone. Yoki is there. Gets taken down. Crescent takes her down but gets traded. Noxie takes Chase U down and it's all down to Hisoka. I don't think she has the lineups here, or maybe she's just going for the kills. Gets Noxie and makes it expensive for Aricat Aresta. But they do get the round off of that Guardian, no less.
Not too bad, but I think this is where the problem starts to happen again. I mean, yeah, economy definitely damaged on Aricat Aresta's side, but because 2 players are still alive, they get to pick up the Vandals and the rifles that have been dropped. Not to mention, because they won the round, first of all, they can buy up for their teammates. Second of all, their teammates just might have enough for their own buys. So Big Scythe, after losing that round, economy certainly not looking too hot. They have to start thinking about their attacking side. I mean, the rushes, the executes worked out so far, but I don't think it's going to work out again, because look at the setup that Aricat has. I mean, it's the standard 2-1-2, and it's doing a pretty good job of slowing things down.
Yeah, smoke cloudburst a bit too late for Melissa. I think the cloudburst, if she cloudbursted the recon bolt first before shooting it, would help a lot more because she doesn't get detected in that sense. But I think she just wanted to get out, so I think it was okay for her. Okay, she gets tagged again. Tanking up so much pings here from the side of Big Scythe, but the defenses are still holding strong. Hisoka trying to go for a flank here, but Alyssa smells this, but does not connect it, and Hisoka gets the headshot onto Alyssa instead. Will not be able to get that gun though. Still a 4v5 situation, and guns are all on Aricat Aresta's side.
Still though, nice one opening pick, gives them a surge in confidence, and they are looking for the hits on the B side itself. But what they don't know is that Rosie's all over by the way from Arches, plus Yoki all the way from B main. It's a big crossfire from long ranges, and it's going to be tough for them to actually find these heads. I mean, these angles, these different positions are so tough to look out for, and that is why it's just a perfect read from Aricat Aresta. They might have been able to take out the Jet player over by top mid, but after that, pushing out of B tunnel, if you don't have the right smoke, the right utility, it's just gonna be a tough fight.
You mentioned as well a great read by Aricat Aresta. I think Noxie's position was the best there. Noxie not staying in that site and actually going out to the lobby really made sure that she stayed alive there. And sorry, Yoki actually. And that was really great play by Yoki there.
Insane player. She's been landing her shots and right now showing us her insane positioning as well. Still though, Big Scythe a little bit angry at this point. They want to make the execute happen. They were able to get some kind of mid control in the previous round, but now slowing things down a little. With a bit of a maybe default hold, they're actually able to allow for Alyssa to just over-aggress a little, and they get an easy pick. 5v4 now, and the A side is completely open. Maybe Noxie is the only one who can stop this, but I don't know if she can. She does have one more hawk. She has the Seekers as well, but that is 5 players that she has to gun down. Rosie takes one to make things a little bit easier. Plus the Hunter's Fury to stop the spike from
Spike
going
down
down.
A.
This is a big problem for big side, and I don't know what they can do anymore. Krolo still alive. Actually able to duke it out against a couple more players. Gets the third frag right now, and she might just save the day. Crescent's coming
30
in from
seconds
Cave
left.
as well. Makes it a
Spike
little bit
planted.
better. Last player alive is going to be Rudy's, but do they know that she's crept around the side? Trying to come back in from around the boxes. Sees a bit of a trip wire though. Wonders
she
if she
sees the
can
barrel
crouch
there.
underneath it. Yeah, but she doesn't have a clear shot. There's the headshot. Going back in for it. Gets tripwired. Now she's still alive, but oh, she missed the tripwire. Crescent gets a basic free kill plus the cyber cage, and you gotta say, this is how you set up a Cypher for post-plant.
Yeah, Noxie also died there because she saw the wires and she's like, I don't want to cross this. But then she was indecisive about whether holding an angle or wanting to shoot the wire, that she actually got caught by the jet there. And Krolo just really ever so sharp, and Big Scythe are mounting a bit of a reset here. Aricat Aresta has to settle with the Guardian on Yoki and light armor for
Out of my way.
one of their other players.
I don't want to count that out though. We've seen how deadly Yoki can actually be still. So, I mean, at the very least, maybe they don't have the best vibe. Just like that, dude, Chase Yu gets taken out. They still want to go in, but it's going to be a bit scary. Now with the Spectres, Noxie just gets
Spike down
2 more
B.
kills. Krolo pretty much isolated on this site. Yoshi's here as well. She's able to get one more, but she's down to 30 HP. Basically 1 bullet kill for Yoki, but she falls to Crescent. And right now, backup has
got shot
arrived.
through.
Alyssa, 17 HP.
Here.
2 more teammates though coming from the
One
other side.
enemy
She
remaining.
gets a wallbang off her own. Krolo drops dead. Crescent's down to 7 HP right now. Has to be very careful about her positioning because wallbangs are still prone. She comes back in around the side, tries to do her best with the strafe shots, but will not be able to connect it. And ARC, just like that, comes back into the game.
And that's what we talked about earlier on. It's really about the gunplay here. Like, utilities be damned, they do help you get into the site, but if Aricat Aresta can find the gunfights that they want, if they can find the duels that they want, they will be winning these rounds because they're just so much sharper.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing about Breeze. It comes back to it, the aim duels. I mean, maybe not even aim duels, because the way that Yoki plays with the Guardian, she's not just holding an angle, leaving herself exposed or prone to any strafe pre-fired shots from the Big Scythe players. She's just waiting, getting some information, and as soon as she gets a sensing of it, goes in for a strafe shot on her own, takes a head off a player. Right now, though, in with the Judge. Goes in around shop. Wait, Chase did not spawn her out. I don't think. They're certainly
My
waiting
ult's
and
not
watching
ready.
in case anyone pushes out of shop, though. Now they're
waiting,
going in
but the
for it.
shotguns are gonna be
Oh!
scary. Chase and Hisoka are gonna get 1 kill apiece. The damage is done though, 11 HP on Hisoka. The rest of Aricat Aresta though still have rifles.
Sky could heal. That's what I want to say.
Blocking sight.
And they're just playing this, timing it carefully now. I mean, holding the angles, they're going for that little bit of stutter step, and ARC are not quite sure how to approach it. Still though, Rudy's is able to take Crescent down. It just gives them a
Nice
little bit of
flick.
extra information, and Alyssa, sharp as ever, going back in towards the B side, but Viper's Pit just makes it a lot tougher. Yet again, I mean, B side might be a little bit easier to retake, but the Viper's Pit will make it a tough and tall order. Not much utility as well anymore.
Yeah,
Their
Rudy's
only option, I think, is to walk in.
Rudy's spraying through that smoke trying to hit the
Last
wallbangs.
player standing.
Oh,
Didn't really work out. Hisoka peeks out of her of her pit just at the right time, and Rudy's, of course, is just gonna save this gun.
it just me that the recon battle song look a tad bit smaller for a second. Or my eyes deceiving me. Whatever it is, Big Scythe off of the Viper's Pit, off of the quick rotations, the quick reads, they are able to walk away with a win. 8-11 now.
I wonder if
And,
Aricat Aresta can buy here.
They, yeah, they do. They got to buy back. I mean, it has been one round to Big Scythe, and then Aricat won, and then now it's Big Scythe again. So they have a little bit of bank, but if they lose this round, then I think their economy will be truly broken.
Yep. Alyssa with a Blade Storm buy, TM. Able
Oh.
to not have to buy this round.
Let's see. Still, though, there is a bit of a gap. It's 3 rounds. And Big Scythe cannot afford to lose.
My ult's not ready.
Because after this, you know, if they lose this round, it's going to be match point. So they have to be very careful about their approach at this point on out. A little bit of a Hawk or Trailblazer in towards A, and it doesn't really find whatever they need. And Hall's being locked out by, kind of being locked out by Elisa as well. Hisoka's not quite sure if she wants to peek this.
She's getting the lurk actually. If she can get this lurk successfully. I don't think she can fully lurk though because she has the spike, so she can't go in and just die otherwise.
What is their
Her team
plan?
loses spike. Great smoke here. Oh, gets tagged by the recon. Rudy swings out, punishes Krollo there. Did not expect the smoke to go down at that point in time.
Gwen wants to re-aggress this though, but Rudy's is just watching down that angle like a hawk. Hisoka does finally pick that one up, but it's only
30
one player.
seconds left.
It still is a 2v4 and 30 seconds
enemy
remaining.
remaining.
Her position given away.
Spike down
Yoki
A.
just clamps down on it. 1v4 and Crescents is the only one remaining.
Yeah, they should hear her a bit. Yoki knows where she is. Peeks out. Oh, gets punished though. Yoki, a little bit greedy with a
10
peek there. Did
seconds
not
left.
need to do that because this round is already secured. There's no time to get that spike and get it planted anymore.
And that means it is going to be match point from here on out. 12-8. And if Big Scythe
Match
wants
point.
a chance at pushing this into overtime, they need 4 straight rounds in a row. If they want that slot in FSL Elite, they need to make it. They need to put their foot down right here, right now. But they don't quite have the best buys.
Yeah, money looks a bit tight. They have 4 rifles and a sheriff. I think that honestly, the mid control looked pretty good for them at the beginning, and then it started getting sketchy because I'm not sure what they were doing up on Nest there. Like they didn't know whether they wanted to go via Nest or wanted to go into B. I'm not entirely sure what they wanted to do there, and of course they got punished for that so hard.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing that we saw from ARC on their attacking side on Split. You know,
Yeah.
it's one thing to play a bit of a default, to play a little bit loose, and then once you get an opening pick, then you capitalize on it and push into a site. But it's another thing when you're just not that sure where exactly you want to go, so you gain some kind of a loose mid control, but then when your opponents are just playing that disciplined, they're not giving you any form of information. You start aggressing blindly, like in towards top mid, in towards the nest, I guess. It just punishes you. I mean, the Big Scythe lost 2 players to Rudy's as well as Alyssa over by top mid.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna go for an A execute instead. All 5 members are moving towards
Full
A
send?
side.
Well, the full set actually worked though. Gwen is watching it. Well, it's Yoki. And this is the one corner that most people don't look out for. It's the one sneaky little double stack. It's always very annoying, but thankfully Big Gwen makes it a trade. Hisoka gets one of her own as well, and now control of his side plus the Seekers makes it a little bit tougher. But Noxie's just going to use her opponent's Cybercation to wrap around the corner on her own. Takes down one and make it a trade as well. Back to 2v2 though. And Rudy's plus Rosie all the way on the back of site. Again, A side is pretty tough to retake. If ARC can actually win in these duels, then they would have to win.
Yeah, they need to get these headshots. They know where 2 of them are, but Rosie gets taken down. Rudy's the only one left remaining. Has to play this 1v2. Does not get the kill right away, but finishes chase you off with a headshot. She's gonna need to land a sick headshot here because she only has 18 HP remaining. Does not know where Crescent is if she's in the corner. She has no more time at this point and gets taken down. Big Scythe stay in this game.
For one more round, they stay alive. Thanks to Big Crescents, thanks to the team and their post-plant setups. Again, I think this is the strength of actually hitting the A site, but now if you're on ARC's side, you're thinking, if A site truly is that weakness, then they're going to double down on it. I mean, take a look. They've got Alyssa watching halls. They've got Rudy's maybe rotating back to A. I guess she's going to go back towards top mid for now, but you still got to deal with the two players, and that's Noxy plus Yoki, the top fraggers for ARC.
Let's see if they can close this round out, but they do have some sheriffs here, so it's not going to be a good buy from them. Prolo taking Noxy out. There's a flash onto Yuki as well. She has the Vandal. Gets spotted by the recon bolt. Oh, gets caught trying to jump on that
Spike
team.
planted.
And Aricat Aresta, their numbers have been taken down. They only have some sheriffs here.
Here.
This round is as good as given to Big Scythe, but let's see if they can actually do a little bit of damage and maybe build up towards their ultimates. I say that, and Rosie and Rudy's will be able to take a double, but not long before Big Scythe will actually be able to clean them up. So again, winning these duels now, past 2 rounds on towards the A site, it's working beautifully so far, but can they actually keep this up? In fact, economy, okay, it's not too bad because teammates can buy up for Chase U as well, but in terms of ultimates, Big Scythe are in the lead. Well, that's pretty good, but again, do they want to go back in towards A for the 3rd time?
I'm not sure if they can make it work this time around because the guns are going to be coming in from Aricat Aresta, and it's going to be difficult to get into A again with the exact same strategy. Like, they're playing back right now. You can see Yoki is not playing on the pyramids anymore, and they're playing a bit safer position to go for that retake. And Big Scythe are also starting to think twice about just going to A. You see the spike already going towards B.
But this is where it kind of gets a bit shaky. They need to make a single site execute. If they actually execute on B, that would be good because the only player there is Rosie. Still though, they're rotating back towards A. And if I'm not wrong,
Blinding.
Rudy's has just gotten a lot of information that mid is clear. So the only 2 places that Big Scythe can hit them from is either A or B, and they're prepared for this. Well, they're actually kind of rotating back to B for some reason, Aricat. Slowing things down for a second at least. Toxic Screen confirms that it's going to be an A hit, so it's all up to Alyssa to stop this. She gets the first one and repositions around the pyramid. This could be painful. The Toxic Screen
30
is
seconds left.
allowing them to create a little bit of space, but actually biting them in the back as well. But Crescent coming in from mid wooden doors gets a double. It's going to be good. Viper's Pit getting deployed as well. It's just even better. Icing on the cake now. Let's see whether ARC can actually deal with this. It is a 3v4 after all, Marquis.
Yeah, 3v4. Aricat. What? That was a headshot through the doors. That was such a great read by Noxy there. Really punishing the Cypher hiding behind. Noxy though gets taken down, and Big Scythe 3v1 right now. Fake Rudy's. Not what can you do here? Gets Gwen down. Sees Chase You. Once Hisoka's in the pit, switches to her knife though.
I think she was expecting Hisoka to be in the Viper's Pit, not expecting her to come out from the edge to take her down. So here we are. It might be match point for Aricat Aresta, but 11 and 12. One more round is all Big Scythe needs to push this into overtime.
Yeah, it's really close. This really shows how close this series is, and Aricat Aresta are forced onto Guardians, Bulldogs, and the Spectre right now.
Uh-oh. Still though, executes. I want to see that from Big Scythe because anytime they play it a little bit slow, it just seems like that they get picked off. So a little bit of information gathering towards the A site. Spot out Alyssa. A bit of a Bulldog play as well. They should be pushing along with this Hunter's Fury, but Hisoka does get the kill regardless on towards B elbow-ish. So that's pretty nice. But what are they doing? Okay, Seeker's out in towards A. They're trying to fake a commit perhaps, but the spike's actually being delivered through cannon in towards B. Uh-oh.
Looks
don't-
like it's gonna be a free Scythe.
I still don't know if I like this, Marquis.
I'm not sure what the three
Spike
mid
planted.
defense is gonna do.
I think Big Scythe overthinking themselves a little, but still. 3 towards mid just allows them to, I guess, push up, possibly from elbow, from B tunnels, and not to mention arches, and that's where Alyssa is right now. Still, though, they got to be careful, and Rudy's, I guess, going on a bit of a hunt. Krolo will be able to take her down, and this just turns into 3v4. Main forces coming in with a retakes, though, and Alyssa's able to take down 2. Really strong. Chase you coming back to bring things into their odds. But now it's up to Krolo to stop this. Pulls out her knives, takes the head, needs to go in for this, and she able. Oh no!
Oh,
She was
no!
able to take her off the defuse, but loses the duel! And just like that,
Defenders
Aricat Aresta take their spot in FSL Elite 13-11 on the final map.
A little bit of hesitation there from the Blades. Didn't left click fast enough there. Lost a duel. And Aricat Aresta sneaked this. I mean, I think Noxie wanted to stick that.
She was holding on to it, but the knives missed. What happened? Oh my god.
That was
That is-
almost a comeback from Big Scythe, but unfortunately, their run on the upper bracket, at least, ends here. It's now going to be Aricat Aresta qualifying for FS Elite. Big Scythe get taken down to lower bracket, so I think they still have a chance to make it into FS Elite.
A little bit of a chance. It came really close, but this is one of those moments that you got the headshot, you push yourself in the 1v1, but then you just kind of choke. And this is not the first time it's unfortunately happened for Krolo, because I got to remind you, it happened kind of on Icebox. It happened a little bit
Yeah.
on Split. And I think Bind as well for Krolo. So it's you have to question yourself. It's one of those things, and it really hurts her confidence in the future games. But I hope she doesn't beat herself up too much, because if not for her, it wouldn't have gone into 11-13 at the end of the day. So close. And they certainly proven that, even though maybe they're not as consistent as compared to Aricat Aresta in qualifying for FSL Open playoffs, but they've certainly shown that they are on par with this team that is ranked 4th on the leaderboards.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think they can still make a pretty good run because they're so close. And I think that they can still make that lower bracket run into that last spot for overtime. Of course, if they don't make it through overtime, there's also still wild cards that's still up. And we'll have to see whether they can get over this really close specify, by the way. It went down to the wire. 11-13 on game number 5. It could have gone either way. It could have gone to overtime. They could have even reversed that. But it just came down to the wire on Breeze. Aricat Aresta come out on top. And Big Scythe, they did really well. They still can do well against the teams that are in the lower bracket. They are really strong. They gave Aricat Aresta a run for the money. That is the number 4 team, like you mentioned. And Big Scythe, we've seen them in Open 6 as well. They did make it to the playoffs, and they've earned that experience, and they really deserve that spot if they do get it.
Hopefully they might, but yeah, I mean, in the lower bracket, I'm just gonna name a couple of team names off the brackets that I'm seeing. I mean, some notable names. They got to deal with the likes of Wildfire Sphinx that we just saw, 2-1 against Hashira yesterday. Well, 1-2 if you're for Wildfire Sphinx. They got to deal with Lightality, a team from Malaysia who did perform pretty well on the first day of FSL Open Overtime on the English stream. Tiamat, which is a team that has been consistently joining since last year. I think they're from Vietnam. It's quite a tall order. You got so close. You got to deal with so many teams, but certainly I hope to see more of Big Scythe, because they have what it takes to qualify for FSL Elite and possibly stand up to pretty much, I guess, their friends who are in Alter Ego Celeste. But still,
Yeah.
Congratulations to Aricat Aresta, because they have and they are the first team that have pretty much qualified in FSL Open Overtime for FSL Elite.
Yeah, and congratulations to Aricat Aresta. They really performed. It
Yoki.
came down to the wire, but yeah, Yoki, the hero of the series. I mean, they've all stepped up, by the way. Like, it's not just Yoki, Rosie as well. They did really well.
Yeah, they certainly did. So that's going to be that for this best of 5. We're going to go for a bit of a break, but after this, we're going to come back with our host, and we're going to introduce you the second best of 5 of the day. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a big one, and we're going to try to find out who exactly is going to be the second team that qualifies for FSL Elite. So don't go away, guys. We will be right back. Grab a lunch break, grab some drinks or whatever, but it's going to be more FSL action after this. Still, though, switching things up. This time, Curlo is over by mid. I think she heard a couple of footsteps as well. So, oh my god, it just turned into a
Position there, Fake Rudy's has a chance to stop her here, and there's 3v3 retake happening on B. There's a 1v1 happening on mid. Frollo takes one down, Rosie takes 2 down though, and Hisoka takes another one down, and Big Scythe are the ones that will swing the Scythe this time
Aresta
around.
are reading this perfectly. They hear the footsteps, they just need to hold these off angles, and Rudy's will be able to collect with a big...
He's gonna take her down though, the blades whiff, but Rosie is there for the trade. So it's gonna be a 2-for-2 still. There's the res available for Big Scythe, but Gwen is stuck in a corner there. Oh, she actually doesn't check out the snake bite. Swings out. Okay, there. They actually check it, get a hit, get the wall bang, and Rosie is gonna finish Hisoka. And Aricat Aresta take that.
I don't see how Yoki will be able to hold this. She makes it straight to her back into the 1v2. Another kill for Yoki. She has to take Hisoka down, but she will be able to get it onto Aricat's economy. Down into the 1v2, and Crollo with a classic. I don't think she's going to be able to get much, but she's banged Rudy's up to... Wait, what? Runs out of ammo, picks us over to the vent line she just picked up. Yes! Close range there.
Decision making. Alright, Rudy's gets the trade though, 2v1 right now, and it's gonna be difficult for her. Has to jump down. Takes one, takes 2, Fake Rudy's with a clutch, with the connection, spray transfer, double headshot for her, and secures the round for Aricat Aresta, 2-1.
That's a flick and a half. And the sprays from the Phantom too. So take out. Let's see whether ARC can actually deal with this. It is a 3v4 after all, Marquis.
Yeah, 3v4. Aricat. What?
Now, 3v4. Main forces coming in with the retakes though, and Alyssa's able to take down 2. Really strong. Chase you coming back to bring things into their odds. But now it's up to Crollo to stop this. Pulls out her knives, takes the head, needs to go in for this, and she able... Oh no! She was able to take her off the defuse, but loses the duel! And...
like to thank Intel for believing in us and supporting women in the gaming community. The new core and graphics architectures of the 11th gen Intel Core processors elevate laptop and desktop gaming performance for all types of gamers, from the overclockable K processor line for desktops to the U processor line with integrated graphics. Intel has a product for the hardcore PC gamer and streamer, as well as the gamer on the go. Hey guys, I'm here with Aricat Aresta's in-game leader Yoki for our first winner interview of the day after the team's 3-2 victory over Big Scythe. Yoki, how are you feeling after that series? Did you girls expect to beat Big Scythe?
Yes. For me, I'm very excited for again with Team Big because we met them and we have a close map always have close map. So yes, but we know at least we can win them. Yes, that's it.
I'm gonna remember that one and use that from now on. Cursed map. That's great. That's a great phrase. I wanted to ask you, and also the team, just how does it feel to finally make it through to October's FSL Elite? Because we've seen your team get pretty close to the top in a lot of the previous FSL Opens. So I wanted to ask if it's the team's goal to qualify. Like, was it the goal to qualify through the open circuit instead of through overtime, like today? And how do you guys feel?
So I think we happy with that so much because we practice a lot for this tournament and we prepare ourselves a lot. Yes, that's our feeling for this circuit. Yes.
So before overtime this weekend, like, was the goal to qualify through open? Like, were you girls feeling maybe a bit disappointed that you didn't manage to qualify last week, or was the goal just as long as you qualify, it's okay? What was it?
We just like we don't pressure together too much. We just like give everyone like we know if we fail the last qualify, we still have a lot chance. So no need to like have a serious so much. Yes, like that.
For sure, it's a great mentality to have. And talking about pressure, I wanted to talk to you real quick about the last round of that map number 5 when the score was 11-12 and the bomb was already planted, and then Kralo whipped out her ultimate, whipped out those jet knives. I mean, I know I personally was holding my breath when she missed that last knife. I nearly screamed out loud. So I wanted to ask, just how was the team feeling then? What were the girls saying? Were you guys like just watching, trying to cheer her on with your mental power, or what was going on? What were the nerves like?
It's like everyone was quiet at that moment. So after that just fell the knife, we like scream and yes, that our win and we can took it. Yes, that's big mistakes for them. Yes, so that's it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they will have another chance tomorrow, I believe, in the lower bracket. I think they'll have to play through like a best of 3 and a best of 5. So they're not completely out yet. But I wanted to talk to you next about, in terms of the team's mentality as well. We saw the end of map number 4 in the best of 5 series, where the score was 9-12. And I think your team had a 0.606 second clutch to bring the score 24 to 9 to 12. It almost looked like Aricat Aresta was going to get the momentum for the comeback. However, Big Scythe ultimately won that one. They made it a 2-2. So I wanted to ask just how the girls were feeling at the end of that map 4, knowing that they would have to play in a 5th map. Like, do you girls hype each other up, especially as IGL? What do you tell the girls at that point in time?
Okay, I just tell my girl like just be relaxed with the score because it just end up. So the change will be coming in the next map. So we just forgot to the next map coming, and we prepare for our strategy for that map. And yes, yeah.
How do the girls usually like hype each other up? Do you girls go like, "Oh, we got this, we can do this," or are you girls more calm? What goes on?
we spell the magic together. It's like
What?
some a magic for that a joke, but yes, we use it like yes for before the begin the game. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely working. You girls definitely made that magic happen.
Yes. It definitely make working.
That's great. I wanted to ask also if you girls were nervous going into Breeze as that map number 5, because during the FSL Open Circuit, usually only the finals are best of 5. Usually you play best of 1s, best of 3. So Breeze is a map that most of the teams in FSL don't really tend to pick. And yet, right before that map 5, your entire qualification chances for the entire year suddenly boil down to getting this one map victory. Like, how did you feel about it being Breeze?
I think we don't think too much about Breeze because our team like don't practice Breeze never practice this map. So we like just let face being us to win, yes, like that, and we just play follow our game sense. So yes, that is.
I mean, it definitely worked out. Lastly, before you go, I wanted to also talk to you real quick about streaming while also playing in FSL at the same time. Because for all our viewers out there who are watching the stream right now, Yogi actually streams on her Yogi official Twitch channel, like the entire best of 5. She was live. You could watch it from her perspective. It's super cool. I know I personally appreciate being able to watch a competition through players such as yourselves' perspective. We rarely get to see this from professional players. So I just wanted to ask, like, does it distract you at all, or do you feel like maybe you actually get more support while you're streaming? It makes you do better? What's going on? Because you're also IGL, you're also like telling your team what to do.
Yes, but the now we like change our strategy a bit. Like I don't need to like call a lot to our team so much. I just focus on aim and just call out. So so we have like time a bit for talk with our viewer, and yes, and we yes, that is.
Yeah, I know I was one of your viewers in your stream spamming like, "Go, Yoki, you got
Yes,
this."
and I have my mod like
Yeah.
so cute, and she like helped me to talk with my viewer too, so it's okay with streaming and compete. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Yoki, for the interview. And of course, congratulations to Aricat Aresta for qualifying to October's FSL Elite. Guys, if you like what you're seeing, and what you're seeing is some of the best dang plays in the Southeast Asian region, then we'll see you back here in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.